Okay. There we go. Bit of audio. I see LCB. I see Kitten Pusher. I see Ocean Sounds all here in the chat. Satori Hasu is here in the chat. Welcome. LCB doesn't see anyone. Yeah, we're all here. We're all here, LZ. A to B is here. For people who are working today, this will be a shorter stream than normal. Splitting today into 2 days because I just got home from work. It's a 5-hour day or 5 hour and 18-minute day according to the video. So we'll do 2.5 hours today, 2.5 tomorrow or so, which will probably be, 3 hour 15-minute stream, which is doable, which is reasonable, which I can do. So we'll do it. I saw Satori Hasu was doing some or was it Satori? I just answered someone while I was getting myself ready, and I've already forgotten. It was Satori Hasu who was doing some catch up on day 4, and I said, "Come on down, join us for the live. You can catch up anytime." Also at work and catching up. It's a good time to actually say it at the beginning of the broadcast instead of the end for once. But the point of these episodes is to be a community hangout. So don't feel like you need to listen. There's no test at the end. You don't need to have heard all the material. But if you miss something you want to see, it's going to be there. It's all archived. But this should be a place that, every day, hey, I wonder if Dan D's online. I wonder if my friends are in the chat. And, for a good portion of the day, the answer is going to be yes. So that's what this stream's about. Somewhere we can come in, hang out, compare our knowledge of the Sarah case to our learnings in the Betty Broderick case. Connect with a few new people. There's some new viewers. I noticed that Larissa Harris and Victoria Carmen, 2 people I haven't seen too much in Sarah Boone coverage, but have been visiting us in the Betty Broderick chats and giving us a lot of info from the time of the original trial. So that's a really nice thing about stepping outside of our lane and checking out some other true crime goings-ons, especially from the past. Got about 30 seconds left in this slideshow. I really didn't use the most of my time to warm up. I just jumped into it, didn't I? Even on the right screen? Yes, I am. Okay, let's set up the splash screen. Back screen's done. Yeah, I did work a 12-hour shift last night, so, a little bit out of sorts, but not too much out of sorts, just a little bit. All right, would you be interested in a Betty Broderick trial rewatch? Well, I hope the answer is yes, because that's what we're doing. There's the transition. All right, here we go. We've got, that's my baseball stats. Nobody cares about my fantasy baseball team, so we will do something more related to the topic at hand. Channel. Okay, you are off. We don't need you. Video analytics. There's Brad Wright. I know you. Brad Wright is going to be who we start the stream. That's not Dr. Ruth Roth. That is Brad Wright, Betty's ex-boyfriend. Quick speed. Well, you know what? Let's just start the testimony. I can fix stuff later. Just so we know who this is, Brad Wright is Betty Broderick's boyfriend at the time of the murders. He owns a Porsche and a cool cell phone that he can make calls in the car or outside the car. Pretty cool thing for 1991. Pretty cool haircut for 1991. Look at that swoop. Making Suma jealous with that kind of a comb-over swoop. That's pretty spectacular. Here in a tan suit with a pink shirt and maybe a paisley tie. Let's get started with Brad Wright, and we'll fill in more details as we go.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Mr.
I'm going to rewind just so we don't miss the intro that we watched the last 10 seconds of yesterday. I don't think we're missing anything, though.
Please state your full name for the record and spell your last name.
Okay, so this is the same day of trial because our stenographer is still wearing that lovely floral top. Or maybe it is. We'll check. Either that or she's already repeating outfits.
Bradley T. Wright, W-R-I-G-H-T.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wright.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us, do you know the defendant in this case, Elizabeth Broderick?
Yes, I do.
And how is it that you know her?
I'm a personal friend of hers.
Personal friend?
When did you meet Mrs. Broderick?
In the spring of '85.
So right
And
after
Can you describe
the
your
divorce.
relationship, the nature of your relationship, please?
We were friends and we became friends and acquainted when she was living in La Jolla Shores and have been since that time.
Which house was she living in La Jolla Shores? On Calle de Cielo when you met?
No, she was living in the rental house.
She was still living in the rental?
Yes,
And did you then at some point begin a dating relationship?
yes.
And did you have an intimate relationship with her?
Eventually we did, yes.
Did you ever get to the point where you proposed marriage to Elizabeth Broderick?
No, I never did.
Did you continue to have a relationship with her up until November the 5th, 1989?
Yes,
And during the course of your relationship with her, did you often take trips together, for example?
yes, we did.
Can you describe some of those trips that you took? Where did you go, for example?
We went to New York, San Francisco, Hawaii, Acapulco.
Did you go to New Orleans together once?
Yes, we did.
I'd like to direct your attention to the weekend of November the 5th. On that Saturday, the day before, did you have any contact with Elizabeth Broderick?
Yes, I did.
How did you have contact?
She had called me at work and had invited me to come over to have dinner with she and the two boys.
Do you recall about what time it was on Saturday that she called?
I believe it was in the morning sometime.
And she invited you to come to dinner that night, is that
Yes,
correct?
yes,
Did you agree to do that?
yes, I did.
Was that unusual or common?
No, that was very common.
Do you recall about what time it was that you went over to her house that night?
It was late in the afternoon, maybe 5 or 6.
And when you got there, was there anybody else at the house?
Just she and the two boys.
And you're referring to Danny and Rhett.
Correct.
Were you aware that she had Danny and Rhett over her house since the night before, since Friday?
Yeah, I believe that they've been there since Friday.
What happened after you got over to her house that evening or afternoon?
Nothing unusual. Just cooked dinner and just sat around and watched TV.
Who was it that cooked dinner?
Betty did.
She cooked dinner for you and the boys and herself.
Yes,
And did you, all four of you, sit down and have dinner together?
yes, we did.
Now, you indicated nothing unusual. Was there anything unusual about Elizabeth Broderick that day?
No,
She didn't appear to be unusually distraught or upset about anything?
no, not to me.
Just regular distraught.
After, excuse me, strike that. Was she complaining about anything in particular to you?
No, if she had anything she wanted to complain or talk about, she wouldn't, complain usually to me, like in the presence of the boys.
So you're indicating that she didn't complain, didn't make any complaints
No.
about anything that had been occurring or anything she was particularly upset about?
No.
What was it that you did after dinner?
Oh, we just watched some TV.
And that was the group of you with the boys as well?
Yes.
All four of you? And approximately what time did Elizabeth Broderick go to bed?
As I recall, it was around 9 or 10.
Was that a normal time for going to bed, as far as you knew, for Elizabeth Broderick?
It could be sometimes.
There wasn't anything unusual about that?
No.
Yeah, we're going to pause for our first chat comment. Addie is me gets the ball rolling with, and it's not the first comment, but it's the first one I'm reading. Dan D, True Crime, I'm flabbergasted. She had a boyfriend. Why was she obsessing about her dick of a husband? I think the boyfriend was part of the obsession with her dick of a husband. I wouldn't be surprised if the boyfriend was immediately sourced. She probably was out on the hunt very quickly after finding out about Linda, and very deliberately chose someone who was flashy and a little bit of a playboy directly to piss off Dan. That's my speculation. He looks like the kind of guy that you would date to piss off a boyfriend. I'd be pissed off if my girlfriend's brought this guy back and like, he's just a friend. We play tennis together. He helps me stretch.
And when she went to bed that night, do you know who it was that she slept with? Did she sleep with someone else?
Yes, she and Rhett slept in her bedroom.
And where did you sleep that night?
I was in the front of the house in one of the other bedrooms.
Okay. And then Danny slept in his own bedroom?
Yes.
Addie, not only did she have a boyfriend, the boyfriend, Brad Wright here, is the guy who discovered Dan and Linda's bodies with the help of the neighbor, Brian Forbes, who was the first witness to testify. So he plays a very interesting role in all of this. So this is, even though it's a shorter day, I think this is going to be a really interesting day.
The next morning, do you recall being awakened by anything?
I remember her truck starting up and leaving.
When you refer to a truck, you're referring to her Suburban
Yes.
truck?
Or what
She
I
did have a
believe,
Suburban.
To be, it sounded like her vehicle.
Yesterday, there was some talk in the chat. What kind of car did she have? If Sarah drove a Kia Sorento, what did Betty drive? And I joked that her boyfriend had a Porsche, but I see Betty as having a Suburban or, God, what was the other one that I brought up? Or a Miata. Maybe both. So, boom. Suburban, confirmed.
Starting up, and I just rolled over and went back to sleep.
And how was it that you would have heard that?
I was in the front bedroom of the house, and the driveway was nearby.
Okay. And you just heard the car start up?
Yes.
And then what happened? What did you hear?
Well, I assumed it pulled away. I heard it start up and just kind of rolled over and went back to sleep.
About what time was it when you heard the car leave?
That would be hard to judge. I could guess, but I don't necessarily remember it being light outside.
You don't necessarily, was it still dark when you heard the car?
Gosh, I don't know. It was early in the morning. I didn't really pay a whole lot of attention. I didn't roll over and look at the clock and make a note of the time or anything.
Your Honor, if I could approach the witness, I'd like to just show him a police investigative report dated November the 5th, 1989.
Certainly.
If you could just take a look, Mr. Wright, at the last paragraph on that page and just read that, just to see if it refreshes your recollection.
Yeah, I told the investigator before daylight, so.
So is that your recollection
Yeah,
now when she left? It was before daylight.
Yeah, this is 2 years ago.
I understand, but I'm just asking you, does that sound
Yes,
fair? It was
that
before
sounds
daylight,
fair.
before the sun came up.
Yes.
Now, at the time, I take it you didn't necessarily know that it was Elizabeth Broderick that was leaving, or did you?
No, I would have no reason to believe it was necessarily her, although she did get up early in the morning sometimes and take walks with a friend of hers.
Did she do that in the dark?
She did get up early sometimes to do this. By the time they met or something, could have been light.
When you indicated that that you simply turned over and went back to sleep, right?
All right.
Was there something else that occurred then sometime later that morning that again awakened you?
Yep.
Yes. Danny came in and notified me that there was a phone call that, someone was on the phone and I don't speak to them.
Did you take the phone call?
Yes, I did.
And who was on the phone?
Diane Black called and
Who was Diane Black? Did you know who she was?
yes, she was a friend of Betty's.
Okay, and what did Diane Black tell you?
And she had said something about remember I was asleep. Danny came in and woke me up, and she kind of said something about that Betty had been over at Dan's house and that there were some shots that had been fired. And she wasn't really sure what had happened, but Betty had been at Dan's house and that there had been some shots fired.
If I could have you take a look again, just to refresh your recollection at the same report, page 2, at the first paragraph there, that particular sentence. If you read that to yourself and see if that refreshes your recollection about what Diane and Brian told you.
Okay. This is what I had spoken with the police officer. And my recollection at the time of the phone conversation, I told the officer that she had shot Dan and Linda in bed at their home.
And this was an interview that you had that very day with the police officer?
Yes, that's correct.
So is it fair to say that your recollection on that day was fairly clear?
Yes.
So your information at that point anyway is that Diane was telling you that apparently the defendant had told her she had shot Dan and Linda in bed at their home.
Sustained.
What did you do when you received this information from Ms. Black?
Addie Isme says the ocean sounds that the hair and shoulder pad challenges were real in that decade. I remember very distinctly every shopping mall seemed to have a hairdressing, there would be a store that was a hairdresser's store, and it would stink of perm when you walked by, and there would always be a row of ladies with these big egg hair dryer kind of things over their head, just sitting still, waiting for their perm to set.
My immediate thought was, concern for Dan and Linda. They might still be alive. If this had in fact had occurred, and that someone should call the police, do something about checking on the situation.
Do you recall approximately what time it was that you received this phone call?
I'd have to guess around 7 a.m.
So the sun was definitely up by that time.
Yes.
And so what did you decide to do?
A lot of things went through my mind. I decided to leave the house, and I went down the street to Gail and Brian Forbes, who were friends of Betty and Dan's. And
Wow.
I had told them about the phone call that I had received, and asked if they had the phone number over there, and thought we should try to call over there.
And I take it that at that point you and Brian Forbes decided to go on over to the house and check on their welfare.
Yes, I discussed it with Brian, and we decided that it would be a good idea. We were going to call the police, and Gail did try to call them, and we didn't have the exact address of the home on Cypress Avenue, and it's pretty hard to tell someone to go check on a house. Cypress could be a long street, and Gail was going to try to locate the address, and Brian and I talked about it and decided that we had better, in the interest of expediency, I'd better try to go over there and see if we could do something ourselves.
Now, you were the one that drove on the way over there with Brian Forbes,
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
And how was it that you knew how to get to Dan Broderick's
Mhm.
house?
I had been by his house in the past.
Tam Tam Namaste, welcome to the stream.
Dropping off the kids, and Brian had also attended Dan and Linda's wedding there.
Had you ever driven by the house in a car with Elizabeth Broderick on occasion before?
Not just, there was a specific reason if we went by there.
To throw rocks at the house or eggs or toilet paper. I'm just going to give a quick shout out to Criminal Conversations. I see that they have thrown the logo up a couple of times at the beginning of this. They are the YouTube channel that is hosting these videos from Court TV. They have just over 1,000 subscribers. I don't know if you guys are subscribing to them, because it was 1.25 before and now it's 1.26. So maybe we have helped them increase their number. But just for full transparency, Criminal Conversations with a Z at the end instead of an S is where these videos are hosted in full without my commentary.
And I, was to drop the boys off.
When you arrived at Dan and Linda's house, did you go into the house and ultimately find them?
Yes, we did.
I'm going to take a little pause here just to do a little house cleaning. So Addie is me asks if I've done a stream on the family court judgment. And also says to LCB, I would like to know Dan D's opinion and explanation. Let me just go full screen because I think this is kind of important to just... So I feel fortunate, very fortunate that I got to break the news. I didn't expect to. I went to bed after doing a long Betty Broderick stream. I knew that the documents were uploading, so I was sure they were going to upload, Eastern time. They wake up. I'm on the West Coast, and I was planning to sleep till noon, so it would have been like 3 o'clock on the East Coast when I was near waking up. And part of the reason I woke up was because my mom was cooking upstairs and left the kitchen timer on while she was out in the garden. So that woke me up a half hour earlier than I was supposed to. Anyway, then I go look to see if anyone's covered the judgment I thought would be there, and there's no coverage. And then I go looking into the Reddit and I see, it's been posted. Everyone's like, it's posted, here's the link, but nobody's covered it yet. And I'm like, fuck. I'm going to cover it. And, kind of scrub myself together, set up this screen and, opened up the document in the same window that Betty's in right here. And boom, just started reading. And it was huge for the channel. I got over 100 subscribers. I'm very close to 1,000. Great comments from people who appreciated getting a straight read, all of that. I'm saying all that to say I want to leave the analysis to the other creators who didn't get a chance to break it because, everyone should get a kick at the can, a bite of the pie. And what I may do is, once this has had a couple of weeks to settle, probably at the end of the Betty Broderick trial when I have more time, to do a next witness style LawTube compilation of all the Sarah Boone creators doing their reactions to when the judgment came down. So I could see, a 10, 15 minute video that uses clips, maybe starts with me breaking the news and then goes into, all the different creators that had their various takes on it, get the accounting from Hear Me Out, get the vibes from Daniel Chavon, get the facts from Tanika Classified and Suma's stream, put that all together into, a bit of a compilation video that shows what a big day it was for the Sarah Boone community, and at the same time gives all the other creators a chance to react to it. I don't want to take all the oxygen out of the room by doing, daily videos. This is my reaction to my reaction of my reaction on the video. It's big news for all the Sarah Boone creators, and I don't want to try and, make it mine. I'd much rather be part of a big community with it and then do a big community kind of post afterwards. So if you're wondering why I haven't done a specific breakdown of it, that's part of the reason why. Also with this, it's pretty tough to do multiple things at once. So I'm really focused on this right now. And I hope that explains that. Let's go back to our regularly scheduled broadcast.
And did you also go up into the bedroom following Brian Forbes?
Yes, I did.
And showing you what has been marked as people's core, you can take a look at this photograph.
Mm-hmm.
Does that accurately depict your recollection of how Dan and Linda were found that morning?
Yes, it does.
Did you touch either Dan or Linda that morning?
No, I did not.
Okay, this is a very gruesome part of the trial, so we'll just take a final break. Thank you very much, Addie is me. She has sent 5 True Crime gift memberships to Dan D True Crime. I am Saul, Paul Klink, NYC, Lovin' Girl, 0077, Shark Kisses, and Proud Mom of Tater. You've all received gift memberships thanks to Addie is me. So if you see Addie is me in the chat, make sure you give her a thank you. Addie, if you've got any kind of super chat or anything, any shout outs you want me to do, by all means, just let me know. You've earned it. And a quick thank you to Victoria Moreland. I haven't seen you in the chat before, but thank you for saying hello and joining us for a little Betty Broderick coverage. That's not Dustin Hoffman and Tootsie. That is the prosecutor holding gruesome crime photos that depict Dan and Linda Broderick when Brad Wright discovered their bodies. Let's get back to the court.
Did you touch anything in the bedroom?
No, I did not.
Did you touch anything in the house essentially other than obviously walking up the stairs?
Just the doorknobs and maybe perhaps the handrail.
Addie, it's coming, but I've got 2 more weeks of this. Plus, I'll be able to analyze more with 2 weeks of...
By the way, how far away is Elizabeth Broderick's house on Calle de Cielo from the beach?
Because, again, I'm not an expert. I'm just one of you in the chat. So sometimes, I have fun, interesting, quick things to say. But I'd much rather... if I'm going to appear live, I could see just giving my free opinion on someone else's live on this. But I want to wait. I want to wait. I know you guys are eager, but then that'll just make it even more exciting when we do talk about it.
From the immediate beach, maybe a mile.
Boom Shicky's here.
Is it within walking distance?
Yes, it is.
Are you asking about Brad Wright's outfit or the prosecutor? As the prosecutor's outfit was compared to Lady Elaine Fairchild, if you're a Mr. Rogers fan.
After
Cheers,
police
Victoria.
arrived at Cypress,
I will get to it.
I take it that you did give a statement to the police. That's the report that you've looked at. Is that correct?
Yes, an investigator came and took a statement from Brian and I.
And then after that, what did you do? Where did you go?
You know what? As a special bonus, I'll do some just live off the top reaction at the end of this stream. Remind me so I don't start saying goodbye. If I start calling you guys the finest, don't let me get to Dan D. Say, Dan D, tell us what you think. And I'll just do some off the top thoughts. But that's just for you guys. Shh.
Then after that, I took Brian home, back to his house.
And where did you go?
And then after that,
Mhm.
maybe after I stayed at Brian's house for, I don't know, maybe an hour. And on that particular Sunday, I was supposed to sail on a race. And I said to Brian and Gail, the boys were there. There was nothing really I could do. And so I proceeded to go and sail on this race.
Did you go back to the house at Calle de Cielo at any point?
Not on that day, no. I had no reason to.
So after you left to go down to pick up Brian Forbes, before going over to Cypress, that was the last time that you had been inside the house?
That's correct.
Okay. On that day?
On that day, yes.
And prior to that weekend, when was the last time that you had seen Elizabeth Broderick?
I'd seen her earlier that week.
Do you recall what circumstances of that were?
Well, we had gone to Acapulco the weekend prior, and decided we would return on Monday.
Was that when you went for the weekend? Was it a 3-day weekend trip?
It was like 4 days.
And was there anything unusual about Elizabeth Broderick during that time on your trip to Acapulco?
No, not, it appeared to be unusual to me. We were the group of people.
Okay. It basically, you had a normal, fun time together in Acapulco. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And prior to that trip to Acapulco, had you been on a trip to San Francisco with her a couple of weeks before?
There's a football game that I attend in San Francisco usually every year, and I believe that we went that year, but I can't remember if we did go that year or not.
Do you remember being in San Francisco around the time of the earthquake?
I think it was after the earthquake, maybe.
I'm just wondering if that refreshes your recollection about being there with the defendant.
No, not offhand. No.
You indicated that, how often would you see Elizabeth Broderick in the normal course? For example, how often a week would you see her?
I'd probably see her.
This is the boyfriend,
4 times a
ADJ.
week.
And was that true for the summer and fall leading up to
Yeah, pretty much year
November
round.
the 5th? And was there anything particularly unusual about her during that time?
Well, around the 5th, you're.
During the summer and the fall leading up to November the 5th?
No, not anything specific I can remember.
No, exactly. We'll get back to the chat very quickly. That's a good eye roll pause from Brad. Exactly. I still haven't even seen Hear Me Out's analysis, but exactly with his accounting background, with the expertise of all the different creators in the community, I feel like if I'm going to do a video where I'm, hey, this is my thoughts. I'm Dan D. I'm the guy that you might have heard the original read from. I want to be at least knowledgeable in it. I don't want to just be shooting off the cuff and then, maybe giving wrong information weeks after the good information's already out there. So it's one thing just to react off the top when there's no information, because you can't blame me. I'm just trying to figure it out as I read. But now that a little bit more analysis has been done, it wouldn't be prudent to just go and put my opinions online without looking at the math and some of the details on it. So yeah, if I do it, I want to do it right.
Did you know that Elizabeth Broderick had a gun?
Yes, I did.
How was it that you knew that?
You get a mini take at the end of this episode.
She purchased one.
Do you
Betty
remember
had
when
a
she told you
gun.
that?
Whole world's come undone.
Gosh, I think it was like in '89, but I couldn't be sure.
Do you remember when it was at all in relation to Dan and Linda Broderick getting married?
I don't remember there being any connection or any reason that the two events were related.
How was it that she told you she bought the gun? How did that come up?
One day, she mentioned something to me about that she and the boys were going to, go and shoot this gun, and did I want to go? And I was busy that day, and said no, I couldn't go.
So this was sometime after she had bought the gun. She had indicated to you that she was going to go shooting with the gun.
Yes.
And was it your impression, or did you get an impression of where she was going shooting with the gun?
As I recall, there was a target range somewhere, and she was just going to go over there, somewhere in San Diego.
Did she indicate to you any reason for having bought the gun?
There was no real reason, to discuss it at all, and I didn't think anything unusual about it.
Do you recall indicating that you felt she bought it, or that she'd indicated she bought it because it was a hobby and she liked to shoot?
I don't recall, specifically indicating that.
I'll just ask if you take a
Do a
look
quick recap on what's happened so far. Not much has happened as far as this witness's testimony. The state is just establishing who he is and his relationship to the various people involved, and a little bit about the fact that he was the one who uncovered the bodies. Because of his relationship with Betty, he knows facts like she got a gun. He's appearing as a state witness, but he obviously still has some loyalty to Betty, so I think he's just trying to play it close to the chest. He's not offering a lot of extra material. She has to ask to get it, but he's being truthful. Or that, that's my feeling from watching the way that he's testifying. Like, I'll answer, but I'm not helping. But yeah, not much has happened in this testimony that's going to change the case anyway.
report that's identified
Yet.
as an investigative report from the District Attorney's Office dated February 26, 1990. If you just take a look at the second paragraph there and read that to yourself.
He has almost about half an hour more of testimony.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection about what she had indicated to you was her reason for buying the gun?
Okay, yes.
I have to say the state prosecutor is doing a much better job of impeaching, I guess, her own witness in this case, but basically bringing up the trial notes from the previous testimony and presenting it. It seemed every time the defense attorney did it, the witness on the stand, especially when it was her daughter, it was always done very confrontationally, like, all right, would you like to read this? Now, what do you think? So I think she's got a much nicer bedside manner about, here's something you said a year ago. Does this refresh your memory?
I told the investigator that felt she did this essentially as a hobby because she liked to shoot for fun.
And that was information that you had received from Elizabeth Wright.
Yes.
Did she ever talk to you about being a marksman or an expert shooter?
Not that I specifically recall.
No, I don't think Betty set him up to find the bodies. Addie asks me, did she set him up to find the bodies? Why would he be at the husband's house? From what I remember of the neighbor's testimony, he gets a call for Brad that basically Betty said that she killed Dan and Linda and it seemed like she was serious. We better go over and check. So, she'd been making idle threats and I think it turned into well, it's done rather than I'm gonna. And that spurred the look for the bodies. So, I think she just came out and told him that it's done. And it was probably so unbelievable that he wanted to go over and probably was hoping that they would just be there. But obviously they were there, but they weren't there.
Where was it that she kept the gun?
She kept it somewhere in the house. I wasn't really sure exactly where. I never saw it.
You never actually saw the gun, is that correct?
No, I never actually saw the gun until like the last trial.
Right, okay. Did you ever know her to carry the gun in her purse?
Tam Namaste. Yes, the Netflix. We haven't. Well, some of us haven't. Somebody who was in the chat yesterday said the Amanda, is it Pete or Peel? But she plays Betty and that it's a really good one. Christian Slater as well. So there's that. And there's also an earlier one with Meredith Baxter Burney. And you can find that one on YouTube. It's an hour and a half long TV movie. So, there's a couple of shorter form ones. Also, Dreading has a great video that I played a 3-minute clip from yesterday or the day before. They've got a 3-hour video that kind of details the Betty Broderick case in the classic Dreading style. So kind of nice to see that applied to a 35-year-old case.
I knew that she did have it in her purse.
Prior to November 5th of 1989, did you ever know Elizabeth Broderick to carry the gun in her purse?
Prior to that, no, I don't recall that, I knew that.
And I take it you spent a fair amount of time with her. She often would have her purse with her when you spent time with her.
Yes.
And to your knowledge, she never carried the gun in her purse prior to that time.
I don't recall, I don't go through her purse, may have been there, may not have.
I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you. Representative?
Mr. Wright, you indicated that you were aware of one time where she had the gun in the car when you went on a trip, weren't you?
Yes, that's true.
Okay. And that was where she forgot it was in her purse and left it in your car?
Yes.
Okay. The during the you went over you had a conversation with the police officer that day, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and I take it that when you first talked to Diane Black, you were asleep, is that correct? When
Yes,
you were sleeping, you were woken up.
that's correct.
Okay. And you didn't write down the conversation you had with Diane Black, is that correct?
No, I did not write it down.
Okay. And there was something that you remember in a conversation about the gun being shot at Dan and Linda's house.
Yes,
You then went to Dan and Linda's house eventually, is that correct?
yes, I did.
And you saw that they would appear to you that they were shot and they were in their bed, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you know at the time that you went over there that in fact they were shot?
No, I knew that shots had been fired. I didn't know until I got there that had actually occurred.
Now, when you went over to, did you have trouble finding the house? Or
No, we were able to drive right to it.
okay, did Brian give you directions, or when you were driving, you were able to find your way?
I was able to find my way right to the house.
Now, when you went into the house, did you and Brian go in together?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and then what did you do? Did you go upstairs?
Yes, we went upstairs. When we entered the house, we made noises because we thought they might be up. And we didn't want to scare them early on a Sunday morning. So we went upstairs to see if they were in bed asleep. And that's when we found them.
Okay. Did you at all, did you go down and call an ambulance?
Yes, I told Brian that I would go to call an ambulance, and just about that time, the police had arrived.
And then where were you when the police arrived?
I had gone down the staircase out the front door of the house, and there was a police officer that was walking up on the front lawn.
And did Brian come down with you, if you remember, or if you know?
Brian came down, a moment behind me and directed the police officer up to the bedroom where they were.
Okay, now, did you go back upstairs?
That's a fascinating detail. The guy who played Dan in the TV movie, thank you, Tam Tam Namaste, with Meredith Baxter Birney, is the dad from Seventh Heaven, who some of you may remember that he was involved in a big scandal. Definitely not Dad of the Year material. I don't want to... We can visit that as a true crime community as well, but the Seventh Heaven dad played Dan. Some good casting.
I did not know.
Now, you indicated that,
the hair looks very much like, I need to make my hair look as much like Betty's as possible. That's, it's an interesting look.
during the period of time in the summer.
That suit cut is interesting too. That's more of a 70s cut, right? With the wide lapels and collar. Looks like it's a classic look. Like I could see that as a trench coat almost. But
the summer and that fall of 19.
Corbin
89,
Burnson from LA
There
Law,
was nothing unusual about Elizabeth
also in Major
Broderick.
League.
Is that correct, that you can remember?
Not, from my point of view, no.
Okay. Now, the relationship you had with Elizabeth Broderick was one where you pretty much had your separate life. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And when she was when she was in have you ever seen her in a mood where she appeared to be depressed or crying?
Yes, I've seen her that way.
Okay. Is it something where she talks to you, likes you to be around, likes to be alone?
I know she would not talk to me about, I know she was going through a horrible divorce, and she chose not to share a lot of the details of that.
Now, I take it that there was also some fear or some worry about Elizabeth Broderick of whether she was suicidal that day, November 5th?
Yes, that's been brought up.
Okay. And was it brought up, was that there that morning? Some question of whether she might do harm to herself?
Yes, as I recall from that conversation, that Diane had said to me something that Betty had said to her, that was a possibility.
Okay. Now, when you would, so at the time that you were at Brian Forbes' house, you knew that at least Stan and Linda were dead, is that correct?
Yes, both Brian and I knew that they were dead.
And you knew that Elizabeth had not turned herself in yet, or at least you didn't know.
I had no idea where she was.
Okay. And so at that point in time, you had a sailing engagement that you went on, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and that would be something that she would expect you to do.
She knew I was doing that.
Okay, so you wouldn't think she'd be looking for you?
No, she had no reason to look for me. She knew that I was going to be getting up in the morning and, going to be going, this event's every year, and she knew that I was going to be going on it Sunday. And I
Hey,
did.
Kelly, yeah.
Now, when you say that there's nothing unusual
Corbin,
about
okay.
Elizabeth Broderick, sometimes she would be upset about things that were going on in court, or in regards to child custody, is that correct?
Oh, Stephen Collins was the dad, yeah.
Sometimes if she would be going to court, or if she
No,
would be
Corbin
getting some
Burnson
legal
just a
mail,
good
she would be
lookalike.
upset, is that correct?
Yes, it's very true.
Now, are you saying that she was just never upset during this period of time, or there was nothing unusual from what was normally going on?
I know that she was trying to get custody of the boys for the school year for that fall.
Yeah, Dan did lie because
And
Betty's
upset
very
that that was
attractive.
a matter that was unresolved when the school year began.
Now, the trip to Acapulco that you took in 1989, that was somewhat unusual for a trip with you and Elizabeth Broderick, wasn't it?
Unusual in what regard?
That was Elizabeth Broderick's, her visitation schedule had gotten switched so that it had been switched in court, so that was the weekend, the only weekend in October, at least at the end of October, where she was going to see the boys. Right?
Arnie wasn't a bad guy on LA Law, but he was probably the lawyer that was most likely to do something unethical of the LA Law crew. He was the one that was a little bit more, legally this is allowed type person, and usually have to get reined in by the whoever the main partner was, the older F. Lee Bailey looking type.
Stan, that's what he has knowledge of that.
Do you have knowledge of whether that was supposed to be a weekend where she saw the boys?
Yes.
Yeah, Glamour shot is
And
up on screen
Before,
now.
when you had trips planned with Elizabeth Broderick, and it would pop up that it was did you normally have a hard time getting her to go on trips?
Yes, she liked to stay at home in case the boys were going to come to visit, and she never knew if they were coming or not.
And so it was hard to get her to go somewhere?
Yes.
And were there times when you would make some plans for a trip and then she would get some visitation at the last minute?
Yes, that did happen.
And what would she normally do?
She'd stay home with the boys.
Now, had this trip to Acapulco, was it a long-term trip? One that had been made a long time?
Yes, we had planned in advance, and she did not anticipate having the boys that weekend.
And were you insistent that she at least go through with those plans because of the group of people you were with?
Yes, because she had, promised me that, I will go on this and that everything, should be all right.
Was she somewhat upset that she was missing the weekend at that time because the commitment she made to you?
Yeah, she was very upset that, the boys were supposed to come and that she was supposed to, these things got juggled around all the time. And, it's almost as though if someone knew that she was supposed to be somewhere, why, then the boys would be coming.
Now, I take it you know the sound of the Suburban.
Yes, I do.
Okay. And in the early morning hours when the Suburban started that morning, you didn't think it was standing in red, did you?
No, they're very young and they don't have driver's license.
Okay. So I take it that you just rolled over and went back to sleep because it wasn't unusual to hear Elizabeth Broderick leave in the morning with the car.
Yes, that's correct. She's done that.
Was Elizabeth Broderick moving her residence during that period of time?
Yes, she was.
And was she, the house that you were in on Cali de Cielo, was she moving to a condo on Morning Way?
Yes, she was.
Was she in the
Catherine
process of
Chancellor.
from one place to another?
Yes, she was.
Corbin Burnson is the son of Jeannie Cooper, who played Catherine Chancellor on Young and the Restless. Catherine Chancellor was the grand dame of the soap opera. Only one that kind of rivaled the gravitas of Victor Newman, who's still on the show. But yeah, Victor wasn't, he didn't mess with Catherine Chancellor. Might have messed with Jack Abbott and the Abbott family, but Catherine was a dame of her own. Don't worry about hellos or goodbyes, Kelly. You can just join right in.
Were you aware of Linda Coquina breaking into Elizabeth Broderick's home?
Objection, since facts not been
Sustained.
And this is weird that the defense is asking these kind of questions, because you'd think that those would be the questions that would help the state's case, but we'll see where he goes with this.
When Elizabeth Broderick first moved into the home in Cali de Cielo, what was the condition of it?
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope.
Sustained.
In around March, April of 1989, had there been any problems with prowlers in Elizabeth Broderick's neighborhood?
Yes, there have been.
Objection, beyond this witness's personal knowledge.
Just rephrase it, Mr. Early.
Were you aware, was there discussions in that household with Mrs. Broderick about problems with prowlers in her neighborhood in April of 1989?
Yes,
Had there been a problem with stairs breaking down in her home?
yes, someone came in the middle of the night and the staircase broke when they were, I think, attempting to possibly break into the house.
Did you know Elizabeth Broderick's other two children, Kim and Lee?
Yes,
Would you be present over the years when Kim would talk to her mother?
Objection, beyond the scope.
Sustained.
Days of our crimes. Like sands through the hourglass, these are the days of our crimes. Today, Betty Broderick, 1991.
I'll just recall the witness.
All right, come on.
Mr. Wright, Elizabeth Broderick never said anything to you about buying the gun because of these prowlers in your village.
she had, in specific regard to the prowlers.
Right, you indicated that isn't it true that you indicated she told you she bought the gun because it was a mountain?
Yeah. She also had mentioned to me she had a neighborhood friend who had purchased a gun, and that she, like her friend, was a female who lived at home by herself, and she did spend a lot of time home alone.
And when was it though that she bought that gun? She had another gun before she bought this gun in 1989, didn't she?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did you ever take a gun of hers out of her condominium
No,
after these homicides?
no, I did not.
If she had had a discussion with a friend of hers about buying a gun, are you aware of whether or not that was a year or two before the wedding of Dan and Linda?
A discussion about, I'm not clear about what you're trying to ask.
Well, you indicated that she had talked to a friend about buying a gun, right?
Yes, correct.
Who are you referring to?
Her name is Melanie Fuller.
And were you aware that that discussion was long before April of 1989?
I could have been.
And you don't know whether she did buy a gun at that time?
She could have. I don't believe she did, but I guess it's possible she could have.
Are you indicating that she didn't share her feelings and emotions with you?
She shared a lot of them. I don't know that she shared all of them with me.
I thought on cross-examination, you said something about that she wouldn't share her emotions or what was going on with you.
Sometimes she would, sometimes she wouldn't.
I
was referring to the divorce proceedings and a lot of the awful things that were going on in her life that she chose not to share with me.
She chose to share a lot of it with you, though, didn't she?
Yes, some of it. I wouldn't say a lot, but some of it.
For example, she told you that Dan Broderick sold Coral Reef out from underneath her and never paid her a cent, didn't she?
That particular day, yes.
What do you mean at that particular day? At that particular day that she told you?
No, I know the house was sold and she did not receive the money until much later.
Okay. Isn't it true that your understanding before these homicides in November from Elizabeth Broderick was that he had sold Coral Reef and never paid her any money out of it? That's what she told you, right?
I don't recall her specifically telling me that at this date.
You don't recall telling an investigator that that was your understanding?
We're talking like 2 years ago. I may have said that.
You go run stuff, Satori
You
Hasu.
know that the very next month?
Let them know who's in charge.
Object, this is beyond the scope.
Ruled, you brought up the sharing emotions thing.
You brought it up.
Proper.
I still think he's more James Spader than
Isn't it
Corbin
true that
Burnson,
you told the investigator that Elizabeth Broderick,
Miss Wells, that's not how you do that. Let him read it.
well, I'm attempting to impeach you.
He gets a chance to read it.
Okay.
Maybe it would be enough to repeat.
Why would you be impeaching your own witness? I guess you can, but
Again, Your Honor, showing the investigative report dated February 26, 1990.
be a hostile witness?
According to the second to the last paragraph.
Well, the statement I made was that he sold the house without her permission and then refused to pay her share. At the time the sale was completed.
Well, did you understand that the very next month when the sale was completed, she received more than her share? She never told you that, did she? Did she tell you she received $127,000 and he only received $47,000 the very next month when the money came in?
Your Honor, that's an incorrect
That sounds like testifying from the prosecution, but
characterization. All you can look at the divorce proceedings to see that that's misstates the evidence.
No, the objection is overruled. Just rephrase the question without putting the amounts in. Would you ask your own questions?
Did she ever?
the judge does not want to get his head off of the back of that chair. It's like, and court is in session. That bottle of gin or vodka or possibly water looks like it's already half gone. This is the end of a day's testimony, though. We watched half of this beginning of the video, but the end of a
Tell
day.
you that the very next month when the money was received for the sale of that house, that she did receive her money even more than her technical share?
I don't recall her telling me whether she did or she didn't, and nor the amount.
Madonna is Sarah Boone. Like desperately seeking Susan Madonna or current Madonna?
Hasn't Elizabeth Broderick written letters to you from jail indicate thanking you for always being there to listen to her problems, allowing her to share her
Yes,
problems?
she has.
And you indicated that you had some fear that she was suicidal that morning of November the 5th?
That was what was relayed to me in the telephone conversation. I personally, that was relayed to me. I have relayed this to other people. I'm not saying those are my own feelings necessarily.
Well, that morning, all you knew at that point was that Elizabeth Broderick had apparently said she had shot Dan and Linda,
Right.
and Dan and Linda were dead. And you didn't have any concerns about where Elizabeth Broderick was or what she was up to
Because didn't think that was true. She always says stuff like that.
that morning?
I
at that
had
point?
no way of knowing, yes, I was concerned, where she might be or what she might be doing.
Or
but
whether she
I
might
had-
be trying to,
They were together for quite a while after this incident. We did play, there was a news report. I thought there would be more of the letters. Apparently, letters between Brad and Betty were found in a storage locker in Southern California because Brad hadn't paid the money and it went up as a Storage Wars. Well, not as the actual show, but that kind of an auction. There wasn't very much of the letter in the news report. I was disappointed. Maybe that's something that, maybe I can find that in the background. But they were together after the murders. This is 91. The murders were in 89. Don't know for how much longer, but they were definitely together for a while after.
contact you?
I didn't believe she had any reason to contact me because she knew that I was going to be leaving the house and would be gone all day.
Okay. So do you think that she was intending this before, the day before, to go kill Dan and Linda, and she knew that you were gonna be gone? So she didn't have any reason to contact you? Is that what you're saying?
Argumentative, sustained.
Letters from 2003 to 2006.
You previously testified that you never saw Elizabeth.
He's still in touch with her 12 to 15 years after this testimony. So yes, did stick around.
Broderick in possession of a gun, correct?
I never, physically witnessed the gun, no. Until the last trial, I never saw it.
Okay, and so did this come from about a gun in a car on a trip? Where did you hear that?
Oh, she said something to me about the gun, being, she was going to leave it in the car or something, I never saw it.
When did she say this?
I know sometime we were going somewhere and, she mentioned something to me about it.
When were you going somewhere?
We're going to leave the car at the airport or something, as I recall. And she mentioned something to me about it.
And when was this, Mr. Wright?
Exactly, I don't know, sometimes.
Approximately.
Good look.
I honestly can't remember.
What year are you talking about?
I just don't remember, when this happened.
Well, when did this recollection come to you about her saying to you that she had left a gun in your car?
Much later on.
Much later on?
Well, I mean, later on,
After she killed Dan and Linda Broderick?
yes.
And you were going on a trip and she told you she left the gun in your car, took her purse with her? Is that the scenario?
As I recall, she had this big purse.
The elf
and,
dentist.
A lot of times she would, put it under.
Who thinks he looks like Hermes the Drill from the felt version of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer? I want to be a dentist. Oh my God, that's hilarious. Thank you, A to B. I'll look that up while I'm
the seat or leaving the car.
keeping busy.
She didn't always take it with her.
We're
So how
a
did the
couple
gun
of
get in your car?
misfits.
What was she carrying the gun for?
Well, a lot of times,
We don't
the
belong.
boys would come over to her house. She, didn't want them around it, and so she had this habit of putting it in her purse.
How do you know that, Mr. Wright?
But she told me that.
Okay, and did she tell you that after the murders of Dan and Linda Broderick also?
Oh my God.
Trying to. I can't remember exactly when it was that I was told that.
Did she have a license to carry a concealed weapon?
Not to my knowledge.
But your understanding was that she was carrying this gun around in her purse and leaving it in cars?
On that one occasion.
Jesus.
The weekend that you went to Acapulco, were you aware of the fact that that never was Elizabeth
Hermie.
Broderick's weekend? That had never been her weekend.
Objection, states the evidence. Overruled. Answer that. Did you know that?
Overruled.
My understanding was that was, to be a weekend the boys were going to come.
Well, the next weekend she had the boys, right? Didn't they switch every other weekend?
Not necessarily, no.
Were you aware then at all of the visitation schedule and whether or not that weekend when you went to Acapulco was her regularly designated weekend?
I believe that, that was supposed to be her, no, that was a weekend that she was not supposed to have the boys, and that's why we were going.
Okay, so she wasn't supposed to have the boys, and so you went to Acapulco, so
I'm
what was
sorry.
the problem?
No, the visitation got switched around all the time. And my recollection of what happened was that, that weekend she wasn't supposed to have the boys. And then a week or two ahead, when we were supposed to go, then she was supposed to.
Okay, but
It ended up being a conflict.
the weekend that you went to Acapulco, she wasn't supposed to have the boys, right? And that's why you set the trip up for Acapulco?
Right.
And you went to Acapulco,
Right,
and she didn't have the boys, and the next weekend she did, right?
right. She did have, but the visitation was not always, followed to the T.
Okay, but there wasn't any problem with the trip to Acapulco, was there?
Well, as I recall, the boys were then supposed to come, that weekend we went to Acapulco. I mean, they were and then they weren't. And this thing went back and forth.
Were you aware that her attorney went into court on September the 22nd and they stipulated as to what weekends they were going to have?
There was some arrangement. In the past, they were working on these arrangements. And the problem is even though they worked something out, they weren't always followed.
You don't
Good
know
call,
what
Boom
was
Chicky.
going on in court. Is that correct, from your own personal knowledge?
Yes,
And
correct.
you don't know what the attorneys had agreed to or stipulated to, or whether Elizabeth Broderick had agreed to it herself, correct?
No, I did not ever attend any of the court
And
sessions.
were you aware that if there was a switch of weekends, it was simply a switch? It was a trade-off switch. It wasn't as though a weekend was being taken away from them, correct?
That could have been.
And there was a set visitation schedule, at least a firm court order as of January of 1989, correct?
I believe that there was. That doesn't necessarily mean that it was adhered to.
Okay. And it wasn't necessarily adhered to the extent that Elizabeth Broderick got significantly more visitation than she was technically required to in the order, too, right?
She could have.
Didn't she have them for a significant period of time in August?
In the summer, yes, she did.
And you indicated, or did you indicate that she wouldn't share her feelings or show her
Yeah.
feelings in front of the children?
That's uncanny.
No, not in front of the children, in front of me.
But you've seen her express her feelings in front of the children.
Yes, I have.
You've seen her express her feelings about their dad and Linda Broderick, correct?
Yes, I have.
And you've heard her threaten to kill their dad and Linda Broderick in front of the boys.
I wouldn't say that I necessarily witnessed that.
You never testified
I-
previously that you had heard her threaten to kill Dan and Linda Broderick in front of them?
I believe I've made the statement in the past that, I've heard her say that, she was so angry, that I could just kill him.
Directing court counsel's attention to page 585 of the transcript of the last hearing.
We're a
Take
couple
a
of
look at that
misfits.
page
What's the
lines
matter with
5
misfits?
through 7
That's where we fit in.
Is this a recording?
From the trial.
Okay, last time I testified that I had heard that.
You were asked the question, have you heard her threaten to kill Dan and Linda in front of her children? And you answered, yes, I have.
But she just said that. She always said that. You don't understand. That's how me and George were. He talked like that to me all the time.
I have no further questions at this point.
Recross. Mr. Wright, the times that
Mr. Wright, isn't it true that you just want to be a dentist?
that you would hear her express her anger towards Dan and Linda, was that every time? Was that occasionally?
Usually when she spoke of them, she was upset about something.
Okay, but when the boys were around, was this all the time that she was talking?
No, when the boys were around and I was present, generally everything, was happy and there's no reason for her to continually be upset like the entire time that both myself and they were around.
And do you know whether weekends got switched so that Mr. Broderick could take?
Yeah, until a spouse actually gets killed, it's really hard to take "I'm going to fucking kill him" seriously because of how often that pejorative is used to not mean literal murder. I'm sure it's one of the problems that AI has is they're starting to scan every single message that people send. Like, oh my God, he let the cat out again. I'm going to fucking kill him. Oh, warning to local police force. There's a threat of violence.
The boys out of town in October, and at the last minute, whether Mrs. Broderick's weekend was switched to the time that she had already planned out Acapulco.
Yes, switching around like that did occur.
Do you know whether, do you have knowledge of what occurred on that weekend? Whether there was, when the switch was, if there was one?
My, exact recollection of precisely what happened, I can't exactly remember now. But I said a little earlier, I believe that,
Objection, Your Honor. Belief is not based on personal knowledge.
Stand, you answer the question.
And Mrs. Broderick told you about.
My Canadian must be rubbing off on the chat because I've seen more sorries today than I said in my first 12 streams. You guys don't need to be sorry. Pop in and out of the chat. This is for you. You guys come and go as you please. You don't need to apologize for not being here for the whole stream. Now, if I didn't show up, I'd have to apologize because I've scheduled it. I told you I'd be here, but you guys are free. You guys can do as you like. Swoop, there it is. Swoop, there it is.
Not being in the purse.
Thought you knew.
At the time of the trip, isn't that correct?
yes, as I recall.
Okay. And it was sometime, there was some discussion about the gun being in the purse at other times. You're not sure when that discussion was?
Yes, that's correct.
For the direct
No, Your Honor.
witness be excused.
Subject to recall.
Subject to
Thank you
recall.
very much, sir.
I have a brief witness, Your Honor, that I think we can get on and off between now and 4:15.
We can squeeze them in.
Fine with me, call him, or her, whatever.
People call anyone else.
Who? You guys got to stop making noise when they're calling new people. Who'd you say you were calling? That's a female. Okay.
You do solemnly swear the testimony about to give in the matter nothing but this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Could you please have a seat in the witness stand?
Please state and spell your name for the record.
Afternoon, Ms. Wallace, how are you?
Miss Wallace.
Could you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
My name is Amy Wallace, Wallace.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Wallace. Can you tell us what your employment is?
I'm a reporter for the LA Times.
Ah, this will be good.
I just have some brief questions for you at this point.
Just three.
Did you write an article relating to this case on March 28th, 1990?
I'd have to see it. I don't recall the date.
You know what I mean? Well, maybe I should have marked as people's.
I'm willing to stipulate that to that date.
All right. So stipulate?
That's fine. But I'll go
Accept
ahead
stipulation.
and show you the article. Showing, well, I haven't marked it, but do you want me to mark it if I'm going to ask her about it, Judge?
So is this going to be the reporter that tells us about how Betty was arrested while her husband was at the Blackwood Ball or whatever, the big lawyer shindig that they've made such a big deal about?
Does Mr. Early want to mark? I don't see any reason to mark it. It's up to you. These are my count.
I'm showing you an article right now that's entitled Betty Broderick Confesses to San Diego Slayings. Is that an article that you recognize?
Yes,
And did you write that
yes.
on March 28th, 1990?
1990.
Well, that's the date you put on it, but yeah, I'm sure that's right.
and
Well, just
was,
so there's no misunderstanding, both counsel stipulated the facts of the date, is that correct?
that's correct. Your Honor.
I accept the stipulation. Ladies and gentlemen, again, they stipulate to a fact here.
This is very important for the Sarah Boone case. Everybody, bing, bing, bing. If you're not paying attention, this is one to pay attention to, because I've been asked for my opinion on the ruling, and this is a very important part here. They're talking about stipulating, and both sides are stipulating the date of the article, because it really doesn't matter one way or the other if she got it wrong. It was October 23rd or 24th. The point of this is the same, so both sides have stipulated. How this affects the Sarah Boone family court judgment is, if you remember, there was a point where there was a math error in the proceedings. So Judge Jackson said something about, so it's been 15 months since, or there was 15 months of alimony before Brian put in for his 2022 motion for reconsideration or, downward departure from the original. And it wasn't 15, it was 26. But for whatever reason, well, Brian's lawyer corrected it even in the closing argument, said it was 26 months, but they stipulated to the 15. Sarah stipulated because she doesn't know what the fuck she's doing. And by stipulating to that, doesn't matter what the facts are. Now it's 15 grand that was owed in back alimony. So I want to look at it more, but I think that particular moment in the trial, Sarah screwed herself out of 11 grand. Which, who knows, maybe Judge Jackson would have found a way to deduct 11 more grand from her too. But yeah, stipulating. You don't stipulate to a fact that can hurt you. If it can hurt you, you make them prove it. And if it is something that's inconsequential, like whether it was October 15th or 16th for something that doesn't really matter whether it was one or the other, fine, stipulate, because it saves everyone time. But you don't stipulate the facts like 15 months or 26 months of $1,000 a month alimony when $300 is enough to make your heart, oh boy, I can have things.
Presume that fact has been conclusively proved. So there's no question as to when the article was written. Go ahead.
And this article was written after the preliminary hearing in this case, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Were you covering the case essentially at that time?
Yes.
And had you had some conversations with Elizabeth Broderick in relation to writing articles about the case?
Aw,
I'd like to speak to my attorney if I could.
I'd like to speak to my attorney. Oh, good for you for asserting that right. I don't see that happen on the stand very often. You just going to come up and whisper into the mic to her? Keep the mics on. Keep the mics on. I couldn't hear anything.
It says in the article that I interviewed her, yes.
Okay. You're a reporter and you have some concerns about the newspaper's privilege, is that correct?
Right,
Is that why you're talking to your attorney?
yes.
It's not because you feel personally you have anything to
No,
hide. Were you aware at the preliminary, did you go to the preliminary hearing?
yes, I covered it.
And were you aware at the preliminary hearing that Kim Broderick
Victoria
testified
Carmen,
as to
welcome.
the loss of her keys?
I
Yes.
don't know how long you've been here, but I see
And
you're here
sometime
now.
after that, you indicated you had an interview with Elizabeth Broderick. Did she tell you anything about where she'd gotten those keys?
I'd like to refer to the story if I could.
I'm pretty sure she got the keys from the daughter.
Yes, she did.
What did she tell you?
She told me that her maid had found a key ring with keys on it behind a chair in her house.
And she was
Found it.
referring to the keys that Kim Broderick was talking about, correct?
That was a fart. Somebody did a fart with the chair switch. Because you could hear the trumpet sound in addition to the squeak. You're not fooling anyone.
Well, according to testimony in the preliminary hearing, they were Kim's keys.
Or was she referring to the keys that she used to get in the house?
She was referring to the keys she used to get in the house. I don't think that she told me whose keys they were.
And she had just indicated that if a maid had found the keys behind a chair in the house, is that correct?
Right.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examine.
you originally contacted Mrs. Broderick. You wrote her a letter asking her to speak to you.
Yes.
I have no.
Okay.
Redirect.
No redirect.
Witness be excused.
Subject to redirect.
The next witness in the thumbnails looks like the mom from the 70s show. We'll see if it's the same when
Ladies
she
and
gets
gentlemen, we'll
full
take our
screen.
afternoon recess at this time. Please remember the admonition not to discuss the case among yourselves, nor allow anyone else to discuss it with you, nor form any opinions until it's finally submitted to you. Have a nice evening.
Hey, ma'am, could you please say your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Helen Pickard, Pickard.
Thank you.
Ellen
Good
Pickard.
morning, Ms. Picard.
Morning.
How are you? Can you tell us, do you know the defendant in this case, Elizabeth Broderick?
Yes, I do.
How is it that you know her?
I've known her for about 14 years. We had our children in the same school years ago. Known her socially and in a lot of situations. And
When was it that you first met her approximately?
1977.
And was that while she
Oh.
was living on Coral Reef?
Yes.
Was it 10-10-7-7?
And at the time married to Dan Broderick?
Yes.
Did you get to know Dan Broderick as well?
Yes.
Can you describe when you indicated that you knew her socially? How was it that you knew the Brodericks?
We were all kind of in the same age group and Betty had many Christmas parties and Easter parties and dinner parties, and I would have them and back and forth socially in that aspect.
And were you married at the time?
Yes, I was.
And would you and your husband often visit at the Broderick house?
Yes,
And vice versa?
right.
Did you have the opportunity to see the children interacting with their father, for example?
Yes.
And how would you describe what you observed about their interaction with him?
Dan was seemed to be a very protective
No
father.
problem,
He was very
Dorgan.
interested in their activities and their academic life.
Thank you for popping in. Dorgan's from Australia, so the same kind of politeness as the Canadians. And the other thing I think is unique to Australia and Canada is how we'll casually swear when we're in a good mood. Hey, how the fuck are you? Oh, that's fucking fantastic, mate. Yeah, we like to swear when we're feeling good. I'm going to look up a little Kitty picture here from the 70s show because she definitely looks like later Kitty too, like when she really started getting into the alcohol toward the end of the series. But
I went to parents' nights with him at Stella Maris when Lee and Kim were there and my daughter Beth. He was, I remember him on Saturday mornings and the kids playing in the yard while he mowed the yard. I saw nothing out of ordinary. I thought he was, in my estimation, a good father.
Did the children ever appear to be afraid of him?
No, never.
When you socialized with the Brodericks during that period of time, early on, did Elizabeth Broderick ever talk about Dan Broderick in front of you or in front of other people?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe how she would talk about Mr. Broderick?
When it came to Dan's professional life, Betty spoke very highly of Dan. When it came to him as a person, she did not speak very highly of him. And she said embarrassing things. And it was on times, so it was uncomfortable at dinner parties when she would refer to him. And it just seemed to be Betty. It just seemed to be, that was their standard way in which she talked about him.
When you say she would say things that made other people feel uncomfortable, can you give an example?
She used to have a funny expression where she said he couldn't pass a mirror, which meant he was conceited. She used to call him a derogatory term that was rather offensive. She used to call him a fag on a regular basis, and it was offensive to me. And I remember calling her on it and saying, "Stop this." And she said, "Oh, it doesn't bother him." And it just continued on, and he just kind of lived with it.
How would you describe Elizabeth Broderick's personality?
Betty is probably one of the most kind of charismatic people I know. She's probably the most intelligent women I know. Her capabilities are, I don't think there's anything that she couldn't accomplish in a career world or anything. She was an excellent hostess. She was a fabulous cook.
Outstanding mother to
She
her
had a
children.
rapport with people where she was very warm. I think that she had a sense of caring about other people.
Did she appear to have a strong personality, or was
Oh, yes.
she?
Yeah, she was a very strong, dominant person. Yeah, she was much more dominant than Dan. She definitely was in charge.
Did she ever appear to be afraid of Dan?
Yeah, first, that's an interesting. So LZB says it's interesting. Americans see swearing as a negative thing mostly. And yeah, I think I was watching Helen and Paul, and they were doing psychology and behavior. They've got a great channel if you haven't watched it. 2 great channels, actually. One's a little bit more fun, one's a little bit more serious, but both good channels. Fun commentators from the UK. But they were talking about how swearing is different in the various former Commonwealth compared to the Americans. Like the Brits will use it. They've got very unique swear words, but you can tell by the tone of voice whether it's meant as derogatory or conversational. But I think a lot of Canadian and Australian swearing is very matter of fact. Like, oh, you just go down the fucking street there and you make a fucking left and you'll be at the fucking store. Oh, fucking A, dude. Thanks. I didn't realize I was that close. There's no hard feelings at all. No anger.
No, never.
Were you aware of the fact that at some point that they separated, the marriage broke up?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, the Broderick children were living with Dan Broderick.
Yes.
Do you recall, did Elizabeth Broderick ever tell you why it was that the children were over there?
I remember a conversation with her. They left Coral Reef because of the split in the cement foundation, and so they were living in a rented house. And I think that Dan had left by that time. And her strong statement to me that I can recall is, if I can't be Mrs. Dan Broderick, then he can have the kids. And that seemed to be the way it was going, and it seemed to be her decision.
Did she ever say anything to you that she had to take the kids over there because of the rats?
Rats? Take the kids where?
Over to Dan Broderick's house because of problems with rats.
What house are you referring to as Dan Broderick's house?
Coral
Reef
Reef.
house? No, I mean, we all have rats in La Jolla. If you have ivy around your house, you have rats.
Okay.
I didn't know that. Hoity-toity town and they have rats? Jesus. Like I lived poor through my teen and young adult years, and if we even had a mouse in the house, it was like a big deal. And okay, we're getting traps, we're getting bait, we're plugging up the corners. Like, just oh yeah, no, it's just rats. That's just what we have. It's like iguanas in Mexico. We have rats.
Oh, it's a real problem of roof rats, and I don't think that rats had anything to do with her having the kids live somewhere else.
Or did she ever express that anyway to you? Did she ever say that?
Never.
Was there a period of time after the Brodericks separated that you went through your own divorce?
Yes, I did.
And was there a period of time there then that you didn't have as much contact with Elizabeth?
Right, about 3 or 4 years, I was involved
Another
in
one
my
to
own
say.
life and building up my business, and my marriage was kind of deteriorating, and I was getting on. I have 3 children also, and so I would hear things, but I was not in any contact with her for a couple of years.
And then was there a period of time when you got back into contact with her?
It was about in '88.
Right.
Okay. And did you start seeing her then and talking to her on a fairly regular basis?
Yes.
Now, this was at a point where she was obviously already divorced from Dan Broderick, is that correct?
She was divorced from Dan, but there wasn't a financial settlement because it was maybe spring or fall of '88, which I don't think it happened until later.
Okay. But they were living separate and apart. And
Oh yes, had been for quite a while, a couple of years.
during that period of time when you started seeing her again, and did you do things with her as well during that time?
Yes, we did. We went to lunch, and I would stop by and see her. I get up early in the morning like she does, and I would drop by on my way back from some of my jobs and have coffee with her.
Did she ever talk to you about the divorce situation?
Yes, all the time.
Okay. Did she ever talk to you about her feelings for Dan and Linda?
Yes, continuously.
How would you describe how she felt about Dan and Linda?
Well, she hated them, both of them.
Was
She did not speak highly of them. I mean, there was nothing positive.
I think the prosecutor's trying to lead her into the same swearing hole that she's brought every other witness down. She's trying to make her say the C word. How did she think of Linda? We'll see if she tries to, what language did she use to describe Linda? We'll see if she tries to make her, because they're bringing everyone down.
That I could possibly say that she said about them.
was you've been through a divorce yourself. I take it you've known other people who've been through a divorce.
Yes, many people.
Okay. Was there anything different about the degree of her hate that you noticed?
Yeah.
I'm going to object to calls for conclusion speculation.
Sustained.
How would you describe the nature or quality of her hate when you say she hated him? If you had to rank it on a scale of 1 to 10.
I'm going to
Yeah, that's not evidence. It's like, oh, she would rank it on a 6. How does her scale work? What's the objective nature of her 1 to 10 scale of hate?
still calls for conclusion speculation.
Yeah.
Overall, that's an opinion a lay witness can draw. Go ahead.
On a scale of what?
Scale of 1 to 10. I'm just using that as an example. How would you?
Depends what a 10 is and what a 1 is. You've got to define. You can't just give 2 random numbers. Like, is Hitler a 10 or is, I don't know. Where's your 10?
Oh, she's obviously over 10. 10
Over
plus
10.
plus. I mean, there was no.
So more hate than anyone has ever experienced ever. See, that's the problem with the arbitrary 1 to 10 scale. You don't know what 10 is when you say she's over 10. Like, obviously she killed them. It's, more than an allowable amount. But are you saying 5's a pass? Like 5 is, a lot of people get 5 angry and don't kill anyone. She was on an 11.
Out in my mind, she really hated them.
Did she talk about them just occasionally or
No,
often?
continuously, to anybody.
Okay, what do you mean by that, to anybody?
On one occasion, I had a party at the beach club, and I invited her, and I had some family friends in my family and different people, and I just kind of begged her just to keep her mouth shut. I mean, for God's sake, just don't talk about this divorce, which of these people aren't into this, and she would. She'd find some poor old lady that was sitting there and sat next to her and told her the whole thing. And that was a continuous problem with Betty. We just couldn't seem to get her to let go of the whole thing and get on with it, or just keep it to herself because it was getting very old. And everybody's very sick of it.
Did you talk to her about moving on with her life and putting it behind?
Absolutely, all the time.
What was her response?
She didn't hear you. She heard me once, I think.
Yeah,
Because I wouldn't
construction
let her
builders,
interrupt me.
same thing. Yeah.
I told her that she had to stop. She was losing friends.
Hey, Claire.
And she was becoming boring, that no one really cared.
No rodents in Maine.
And it was time. And she could do anything she wanted to do in life. And it
Exactly.
was time to redirect, refocus.
Move the fuck on.
Did you get the feeling that she ever would redirect or refocus?
I thought she would. I really did.
I thought she could
So you
maintain
were
and focus.
optimistic about that. Is that what
Very
you're saying?
optimistic.
Okay. Did she ever actually do that?
No.
What kind of language did she use when she would talk about Dan or Linda?
She referred them in vulgar terms.
Was this with you as well as with other people?
Yes, with me and my children. I mean, it was just part of Betty by that time.
Did you ever ask her not to do that?
Yes, and stop calling that and redirect her off subjects or redirect her out of a situation where there were younger kids or
We're on a new
it was
day.
just got to be the point.
Or got to, we didn't even
Where it was
check in on
so
the courtroom.
Rampant, it just didn't hear it anymore.
We've got the stenographer wearing a red blazer with a demure black skirt and stockings. Different look for today. Looks like the prosecutor got a bit of a checkered pattern jacket. Judge is the exact same, hasn't moved. He might even just stay here overnights. No fans on the floor, lots of exhibits, and the evidence lady is here. So let's keep an eye out for mannequins with bullet holes through them.
Did you indicated that you talked to her about the fact that she was losing friends. People were getting tired of hearing this.
That's a pretty stylish jacket she's got on today, the prosecutor. I like that. The checkered pattern does a nice form fit as it cuts in on the waist.
Did she lose you as a friend, or did you continue to be a friend?
No, I don't think she lost me as a friend. I think it was one of the last of them. People were just didn't want to be around her. I remember in '89 asking another friend if they would invite her to the Jewel Ball because I thought that would be
Julia
fun.
Sugarbaker.
Also hearsay.
Well, overruled. This is personal knowledge. She has somebody to invite her. Go ahead, you can answer that.
I asked another friend also if she'd invite her to sit at the Jewel Ball table, and she said no, we couldn't stand it. We couldn't take it.
Your Honor, that's what hearsay is, when you bring that what someone
That
else
part,
says.
that part is strict. That's what the other person said.
Dixie Carter.
She asked somebody else to invite her to the Jewel Ball stands. Go ahead, ask another question.
Did when you talked with Elizabeth Broderick, did she ever take responsibility for the success that Dan had achieved?
Yes,
Okay, can you describe?
she made him what he was professionally.
And is this is what she related to you?
She always did for years.
Can you elaborate a little bit?
Well, she dressed him. She picked out his clothes. She did. I remember when he changed from Gay Carey to his own firm, she did all the furniture selection and beautiful things. She had excellent taste. She had a tremendous talent. She had an interior decorating license. She had a real estate license. She was extremely capable woman. I don't know of anybody else that is talented and gifted as Betty Broderick.
Wow.
Your Honor, if maybe we could direct the witness to answer the question.
That seemed like an answer.
If you want to object once if the answer's too long, object at that point.
Your Honor, I would object.
Your Honor, if there's going to be a speaking objection.
No speaking objection. Ask another question.
No speaking objections.
Go ahead.
Did you have the occasion to see Elizabeth Broderick interact with her children?
Yes,
And did you ever observe her saying things about their father and Linda in front of them?
she always referred to.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Sustained. Did you ever see him? Yes or no?
I'm sorry, would you repeat it? I'm confused.
Okay, I guess I am a little bit too.
What is what does non-responsive mean?
You started to answer a question that wasn't asked.
Okay.
Wow, that's a new one. What does non-responsive mean? That seems like that's a total Sarah-ism. You could see her going through 12 days of court, and then on the 13th, what does non-responsive mean? If I may, please, if you don't mind. Fair question, though. You want to know if you're doing it wrong.
Did you ever hear Elizabeth Broderick talk about the children's father and Linda in front of them?
Yes.
Can you describe how she would talk about them in front of the children?
Betty testifies 100% Victoria
In the
Moreland.
same terms in which she always
Houndstooth,
referred
that's
to them.
yes.
The same vulgar terms.
We are on State Case Part 5. I'll just do a bit of a recap because we're over an hour into today's footage, about halfway mark. We are in State's Case Part 5 of the 21 videos. Today we're going to be splitting it, so tomorrow's going to be day 6.5. So you'll actually get 22 days instead of 21 days of this 21-day marathon. The next video is State's Case Part 6, and that is the end of the State's case. Then the defense case is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 videos, 2 state rebuttal videos, and then a closing argument and a verdict video. So it's going to pick up, I think, intensely once the defense case gets put on. and guaranteed Betty's testifying. We're not going to have a Corey Richens moment where, oh, shit, she's not going up. That sucks. I wouldn't have done this trial if I didn't already know that she was going up there and going to be dramatic. That said, I've never seen the testimony. I've seen screenshots of it. I've read descriptions of it. But it's going to be first time for me too. So it's exciting knowing that you don't have to worry about is she, isn't she when it comes to it. It's happening, and it'll be happening probably in time for this weekend. Okay.
And was this in front of Danny and Rhett?
Yes.
Was that something, again, was that occasional, or was it often, or?
All the
Welcome
time.
back, Satori.
All the time.
Did you ever talk to her about not doing?
So no speaking objections. A to B asks, what do they mean when they say that? I thought that's how all objections were expressed. So it's not like they're supposed to send it by teletype or carrier pigeon. But speaking objections, very common. Remember, James Owens was doing this constantly. Your Honor, I just don't think it's fair for the. It's like, is there an objection? Because I'm not a lawyer. I don't know all of them, but there's non-responsive, there's argumentative, there's asked and answered. There's a certain list of things that you can hearsay. That you can object for, and then it's the judge's job to say, is it or isn't it? But just to, Your Honor, I object. Everything this guy's saying is making my client look bad. That's not an objection. That's a speaking objection. And that's what's not allowed, because speaking objections can color the jury as well. If you're starting to explain why you're objecting, that maybe now somebody in the jury, oh, that wasn't fair. He kept trying to object because he didn't like it, and the judge kept saying no. So that's what speaking objections are, to my knowledge anyway. If anyone knows more than me, by all means correct it, and I'll read out a more detailed definition, and I'll speak it too.
That?
Yes.
Okay. About not talking poorly about
Toning
their
it down.
father. What was her response?
She just kind of shrugged her shoulders. So that's what they are.
Okay, when you say she said that's what they are, she's referring to the words that she used?
Yeah,
Yes.
Judge
Okay.
Bev was the opposite.
So it was okay to call them.
So we're going to do a little Karen Reed side shuffle. But Judge Bev in the Karen Reed case was the opposite. Not only was she not allowing speaking objections, she was not even letting them get on the record why they were objecting. And that's the sort of thing that it's fishy. I was going to do a head scratch there. It's fishy because you need those objections for the appeal. So if the objection isn't on the record for the reason they've objected, and Bev was always like, I'll allow it. That's not a ruling. That's I'll allow it. I don't know. Very casual, really weird judge in that case.
That.
Right.
Did you see the reaction of the boys, for example, when she would say things like that?
Yes.
And how would you describe that?
Another one to say is just caught up with Hermie the Drill.
I think they've been pretty used to it by then. I mean,
So you're talking about in 1988, 1989? Did she ever tell you how she felt about the house on Coral Reef?
yes.
What was her feeling about that house?
Well, when they moved,
It's a nice house when they talk about it like that too. Like I've never referred to any of my houses as, do you remember the house on Main Street? Do you remember the house on the highway? Like the house on Coral Reef. I would say the house in the town I grew up in, remember the house in Vancouver? That was so much worse than the house in Coquitlam. Remember the house in Tenerife?
out of it to the rental house, I know she didn't want to move back. She felt Coral Reef was a track house and that they were doing very well financially, and she wanted to live in something that was more suited to their financial background or their income.
Had they been looking for other houses?
Oh,
at
for
Mercury?
years.
So did there appear to be any emotional attachment that she had to the house on Coral Reef?
No, I would not say so. No, she was ready to leave Coral Reef.
The Elm Street house was beautiful until Johnny Depp got sucked into that bed, and for that it's been a deal on the realty market. Poor Johnny Depp in beds.
Were you? Oh,
First Nightmare on Elm Street, and then the teacup Yorkie shits.
did she ever talk to you about the fact that she had been in jail after being arrested or after a contempt hearing?
Yes.
And did she describe what her attitude was about being in jail?
I don't think jail was very traumatic, so I don't remember being concerned about her stays in jail.
How did she describe it?
But she just gone to jail. Spent 3 days, 5 days. It just wasn't. It was just like it was not a problem.
It wasn't something that she expressed to you.
Objection asked and answered, leading.
The same.
See,
Was it
those are
anything that she
objections.
expressed to you as being tremendously
Objection
distressing?
asked, leading. Reaction was sustained.
But that's solid
Do you-
judging, because he basically asked for it, and then he's getting what he asked for, so he's just straight ruling. He's not giving speaking rulings, which is a big problem in the Afroman trial. The Afroman judge couldn't make a ruling without turning to the jury. Just so you know, I'm doing this because this expert witness is really a lay witness. You don't need to give as much attention. Just letting you know. All right, go ahead. Really weird judge in that case too. I think that he's related to Auntie Bev, to tell the truth.
Recall her using any particular words to describe jail?
No. I don't know whether she described it or whether. No, she did describe it.
The big
Kind of
house.
related it to being summer camp. You know, like 6th grade summer camp sort of thing, you know, away from everybody, away from everything. That's what I had the impression that it was not a problem.
Yeah, I bet Betty went into that jail and made the people who were in there, holy shit, who is this? This is sort of like most people come in here meek and, you know, where do I go? Am I allowed to pee here? She probably like owned that place the minute she got in there and let them all know, I'm not staying long. Know what your name is. Oh, that's a really cute outfit. I love what you did with your top.
You indicated that you felt that Elizabeth Broderick was very intelligent. Did she appear to have a knowledge of the legal system?
Yes.
And what makes you say that?
Well, just her vocabulary of understanding all the procedures that went along with her divorce and her custody, and she taught me what they all meant. I always had to ask her. So she explained
up,
what
Glenn,
different words
wake
meant.
up.
And she was very good. I mean,
Was
Very
she
good.
was she represented by an attorney named Walter Mond at one point?
yes.
And were you aware of whether or not she reworked or rewrote any of his briefs?
Oh, yeah, she did. Yeah, and she was good. She was better. She was.
By the time that you started seeing some more of her in 1988, what was the state of the Calle de Cielo house? How would you describe that house that she was living in?
Beautiful. Excellent. I mean, it was gorgeous.
Okay, was it furnished at that time?
Oh, yes. It was fully furnished and had a swimming pool and a rec room that she just built or had built a while back. And it was beautiful. Excellent. She's beautifully well taken care of.
Now, sometime in January of 1989, did you become aware that the divorce judgment became final?
Yes, the financial part. Yeah.
And did she talk to you shortly after the judgment?
Yes.
What was her attitude about that?
She was very unhappy. It wasn't enough.
What was she unhappy about in
The
particular?
financial settlement,
Was she angry about it?
very much so.
Did she tell you how much she got? What her monthly payment was, for example?
In the beginning, she didn't. I think I'd asked her and she didn't tell me. But then several months later, she was kind of ranting on about something, and she mentioned it,
Okay.
what she was getting.
So at that point, she mentioned that she was getting the $16,000 a month.
Right, correct.
But earlier, when you had asked her,
Right afterwards, after the hearing, she didn't tell me.
was she at that point after January of 1989, when the judgment became final, did she appear to be upset about the children or the custody situation?
No, that wasn't part of the January hearing at all. That wasn't an issue.
As far as what she was telling you, it wasn't an issue with her.
No, it was not part of. No, she was not concerned about the children at all at that point.
What can you describe Elizabeth Broderick's general attitude about money?
Yes, it was very important to her. Money was a very strong focus, the focus.
And why do you say that? What makes you say that?
Well, she always talked about how she didn't have any, and that all she was getting was $16,000, and it was a real years ago. I mean, it was always what things cost and how much it cost, and so Betty was very materialistic. But that was Betty. I mean, she always was.
Okay. Was she complaining that you indicated that she was complaining she didn't have any money, that she was broke?
She went through times when she was always complaining that she couldn't make ends meet, and I think her house payment was about $5,000 a month, and and she didn't have much left after that, and yeah, it was an ongoing thing with paying her bills and her charge cards and different things like that.
Did she appear to be spending money at the same time that she was complaining that she didn't have any?
Yes, all the time. That's why you didn't really take it too seriously.
And what do you mean? I mean, what was she spending money on?
Well, she'd spend money on things that made her feel better. Jewelry, very, very nice clothes. She had a lot of nice clothes, and she would buy 2 or 3 outfits at a time, and she just always dressed nicely, and that was real important to her appearance.
Did she have clothes that, for example, would be in the closet for a period of time with the tags on?
Yes, she had a lot of clothes with tags still on, and something she'd ordered through catalogs or Nordstrom's or Neiman Marcus is where I remember she.
Oh, Neiman Marcus
is
a good place for good clothes.
Did you become aware of the fact that Dan and Linda Broderick were going to be married in April?
Yes.
And did you actually spend their wedding day with Elizabeth Broderick?
Yes, I did.
Why was it that you spent the day with her?
Well, previous to that, maybe a month or 2, Betty had gone into Dan and Linda's house and taken the wedding list.
Sounds like the mic just changed.
All for speculation, hearsay.
Overruled. This is foundation as to why she spent the day.
Some of this is the nice thing about watching trials from the past. I think that's audio balancing. I'm listening to it in a headset, and I heard it go from clean audio to boosted audio, but everything's even, which is nice. So I'm not having to constantly change it on my end. But if it does sound like the white noise changes sometimes from speaker to speaker, I think it's because the audio techs have balanced everything retroactively, which is great for us.
Go ahead.
I saw the list. She showed me the list.
Okay, that was my next question. How did you know that she had taken the wedding
She
list?
showed it to me. She called me up and told me she had done it. She said she told me a different.
Okay, this is a big piece of information here too, so worth paying attention if you're lightly paying attention. It was alleged in the opening arguments that Betty stole Dan and Linda's wedding list. So the big list they were making of everyone to invite, I guess because she was over at the house for some unrelated reason. Well, not like she would be there to steal it, but opportunistically stole the list and, relished in the fact that they didn't know and, couldn't find it. And did you take it? No, I didn't take it. Please just tell us so that we know if we can make another list or if we're going to find it. And yeah, she just did it to fuck with them. So here's the testimony that brings in. It's nice when the opening argument says the evidence will show, and then they actually present the evidence that they were talking about.
Story than what really happened.
Well, what do you mean by that?
She told me it was on the front steps of Dan's house to be picked up by a calligrapher, and she'd taken it and made a copy of it and put the original back.
And why do you say that she told you a different, did she tell you a different story later?
Yeah, later.
What did she tell you?
She kind of said something about being in the house, and I said, well, wait a minute, you told me that you made a copy of it, because I did not know this was the original. You told me you made a copy of it, and she just kind of I knew she lied to me.
I could be impish.
Did she actually show you the list?
Yes.
Okay. And so I think you were starting to explain that she had taken the wedding list.
She'd taken the wedding list, and she was calling people who were also friends of mine and telling them that they were going to the weddings, and they hadn't received invitations yet. And there was tremendous
Objection unless this is personal knowledge.
Sustained.
I believe, Your Honor, she's attempting to explain why it was that she spent the day with Elizabeth Broderick.
Does she have personal knowledge that the defendant called guests and saying they hadn't got an invitation yet? That's what he's objecting to.
Okay. How did you
repeat that?
How did you
Let
know?
the lawyer repeat it.
How did you know that? That she
Thank you,
called
Charles.
people on the list and told
Because
them.
they would call me.
I got to
Okay.
put up my poll.
Objection. Motion to strike.
Welcome to the chat.
The part that the people called her is not hearsay. The first part is stricken. That part can stand. Go ahead.
So people called you and told you that they'd gotten calls from Elizabeth Broderick. What?
Your objection, that's asked and answered, it's hearsay, and it's just repeating.
That part is distal as to why she spent the day with Elizabeth Broderick. Go ahead.
What were there any other reasons that you spent the day with Elizabeth Broderick on the wedding day?
Yes.
I would object, we have to reason.
Well, I don't know if there's any other.
She hasn't been able to finish the answer.
Yeah.
Finish the answer. Go ahead. Were there any other reasons, Mr. Carter?
Yes, there was.
Go ahead,
Could I
please.
tell you? Friday before the wedding, Betty called me very early in the morning and said she was going to buy a watch. It was a very expensive.
I'm sorry. Said that she was going to buy, very early in the morning, said that she was going to buy a watch.
Right.
Thank you.
And it was an expensive designer watch, and she was going to have Dan's wedding date engraved on it. And that concerned me very much
Why did it concern you?
because it was not normal. Who cares?
And so what did you do?
I decided to call her up later and ask her to go to Palm Springs with me.
For on the date of the wedding?
Yes, leave that day, that afternoon, Friday afternoon, and to spend the weekend out of town.
Okay. And what was her response?
No, she did not want to go.
Okay, what did you do next?
So then I said, well, I'll come over. I did not have my children that weekend, and I was going to spend the Saturday and Sunday with her.
Why did you want to spend the day with her?
I thought it'd be a very tough day for her. I also didn't want her to do anything that she would regret.
Did you spend the full wedding day with her?
Yes.
Okay. And did you set up any particular system with anybody who was at the wedding?
Right. Yes, I did.
Can you describe that?
She was the distant
I
early
had to use a
warning.
beeper through my work, and I had another beeper, and I
See, I told you this was the time of beepers too. And one of the first ones they talked about Brad having a cell phone, and I'm like, not many people had cell phones then. It was a big deal that he did. Him and Zach Morris were like two of the first. But beepers were fairly common. Like if you needed to get in touch with people mobily, you'd get your little, if you had an alphanumeric bonus, but you probably just had the numbers, and then you would learn to spell things with the numbers upside down, or just use codes like 911, call me, it's important, in addition to the number you're at. And you remembered everyone's phone numbers because of it, because you were constantly seeing numbers up there. So, now I can't think of 3 phone numbers that are in my phone contact list. If I had to, I was being tortured, just give us 3 of the numbers. can only think of two.
Gave the other beeper to someone else who I knew was going to the wedding. And if Betty, who really is her own person, was going to go there, she was going to go there. And I was going to beep her and say, hey, she's not with me.
So were you concerned about the fact that she might go over to the wedding and do something?
Oh, very much so.
Yeah, exactly. She was the Betty
Elizabeth
babysitter.
Broderick ever tell you of any instance?
If Betty leaves you, you call us, and then we'll have an hour's warning to get set up and, get to the battle stations. But she was meant to be boots on the ground, as you were.
This is where she had gone into Dan and Linda's home.
Yes.
Can you describe those instances that she told you about?
And Satori Hisu hits on why I like asking this question. As much as you may think, Betty, bad person, there's nothing that excuses what she does. You compare her to Sarah, and then it's like, oh, fuck. Okay, I could have just a tiny bit more sympathy for Betty. Not excusing her. It doesn't mean, tiny bit of sympathy. I'm free. Speed up my parole hearing. I don't have to wait till I'm 84 in 2032. But yeah, that's what makes this an interesting question is Sarah is such a low bar that it's interesting to consider whether you could have more sympathy or if it's about the same, your answer is still no, because then you don't have more, it's the same. But yeah, just really interesting to kind of play out Sarah's defenses, Sarah's arguments to somebody who has some claim to those arguments, because she had none. But the arguments were specious and spurious, to quote a judge of our modern times. And it's interesting to see them when they're not specious and spurious. They're real hurt, real damage that's been done to Betty. Doesn't excuse anything, but it's just really interesting to see these arguments brought by somebody who has some claim to them.
The one that I remember the most is when they were in Greece, and it was in September of '89.
What did she say about going into their house?
That
A
she'd been to
sadistic
the house
biscuit.
and gone in it, and she described it to me, and was reflecting on the fact that it was her taste, that the house was decorated in her taste.
Okay. Did she indicate that she had gone through the house, through the rooms?
Yes.
Okay. And was simply commenting on the decorating of the house?
Yes.
Can you describe her demeanor? Was she angry about it, or
I think she was frustrated by that.
and what makes you say that?
Because it was her taste.
And I'm not sure that I'm following. Why did that frustrate her, that the decoration was in her taste? Did she say?
I think it would have been what she would have decorated that house to be, and the colors and the tartan plaids and the leather and
Okay.
the traditional. And it was her taste.
Okay. This was sometime while Dan and Linda were in Greece in September. Do you know how it was that she got into the house? Did she describe that?
I would just have to assume that.
Beth of a Salesman's made a special request, so I'll just talk about the time that I went to the Western Outfitters and asked for spurs for my boots, and the desk clerk looked at me spuriously and said, "You don't need spurs." And I said, "Why don't I need spurs?" He says, "You're not a cowboy."
She was bringing the boys back because that was when the.
Speaking of Cowboy Criminology is doing his first live tomorrow, 7 p.m. Central Time. I'm going to be waking up, sleeping for work. It depends how long he goes. If he goes long enough, I will pick him up at work and see at the end of the chat. If not, I'll be in his replay crew. But check out Cowboy Criminology for his first ever live tomorrow, 7 p.m. Central. Spurious spur owner looking at me wanting spurs for my Canadian shoe.
Most of the time she did go through the house.
Okay.
I would assume the boys, she was going back with the boys.
She didn't tell you specifically.
If she did, I don't recall.
Did she? You also mentioned that she had told you about going into the house and getting the wedding list. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that was sometime, obviously, a little bit earlier before the
Much earlier.
Did she tell you about taking anything else, taking something from the house when she did that?
Yes.
What was that?
She took a T-shirt.
What kind of T-shirt?
It was a T-shirt that apparently Linda had made up previous to their wedding, and it was something about Cabo. She showed me the T-shirt, something like Cabo Chicks or something, and it was a pre-wedding bachelor party of a bunch of ladies who were going to Cabo San Lucas.
Her bridesmaid shirts, they all had patterned shirts and went to Cabo San Lucas to celebrate the marriage they destroyed.
They had T-shirts made,
She destroyed.
and that she took that at the time as she took the wedding list.
Okay. And did she describe for you where she had taken that T-shirt from? Did she say?
It was inside the house, maybe on the interior.
Dan didn't win custody of the kids. He gained custody of the kids one by one, Tam Namaste. Betty had custody and just started dropping them off. Here, you want to be a single guy? See how you like being a single guy with one kid. Oh, you don't think one's so bad? Well, maybe two. And the kids have already testified about how traumatic it was to be just dropped off one day. Yeah, you're not living here anymore. Go live with him. And Dr. Ruth Roth, yesterday's testimony, probably my favorite witness so far in the trial. She was the court-appointed mediator in the divorce, and she didn't understand. So hold on, why don't you have the kids? Did someone take them? No, I drove them over there. Okay. But she had no court file, so she was getting the information from Betty and Dan, and she looked authentically surprised to learn, because nobody, like, the kids always went with the mom, even though the system was really stacked against women in the 80s and 90s. It was just, you don't take the kids from the mom. You take the money, you can take everything, you can screw them over financially, you can do all that, but taking the kids was just like, unwritten rule. You don't do it unless they're a Sarah.
The dining room, on a table, something like that.
Now, sometime a few weeks or so before Dan and Linda Broderick were killed, did you have a conversation with Elizabeth Broderick about the fact that they had gone to Notre Dame?
Yes.
Can you describe what she was saying and how she was saying it?
She was very frustrated and upset that the Notre Dame trip had gone on as planned, as it always had for years. She felt her children weren't being looked after well there. There was some problem with Kim and the pecking order of where she was sitting at dinner. Boys left in a hotel room.
They put Betty at the kids' table, like instead of the main table. I could see that being a bit of a thorn in the craw. I think that's the right way to say it.
She had a frustration that Mrs. Dan Broderick was going back to Notre Dame, and it wasn't her.
Did she refer specifically to Linda as being Mrs. Dan Broderick?
Yes.
And did she say anything about Linda and whether she was doing a good job of being Mrs. Dan Broderick?
She never gave Linda any type of compliment at all. So no, she was not, didn't like the way she dressed or Linda just didn't do anything well in Betty's eyes.
You indicated that she was frustrated. Was she angry?
Concerning the Notre Dame trip? So
Yes.
Yeah, she was just always angry. So yes, she was angry and frustrated.
Now,
Angry
how about
again?
the day before Dan and Linda Broderick were killed, that Saturday? Did you see Elizabeth Broderick that day?
Yes, I did.
How was it that you saw her?
I had the habit of dropping by to see her early in the morning, and this odd spare time on the weekends that she had her children, the boys.
Got about 45 minutes of raw testimony from this witness. And I think the next one looks like it's relatively short. So, yeah, I think we've got about an hour left of raw footage today. I do have a couple of things to share too. I did find more information on the letters that were found that were between Betty Broderick and Brad Wright. So we'll maybe take a break if there's a natural break here, or definitely before the next witness for that.
And I stopped by the condo, and I hadn't seen the condo, and she'd been wanting me to come and see the condo. And
But there was no like prearranged agreement. You just stopped by to say hi.
no, yeah, and I always did that.
Okay. And about what time was it that you did that?
7 o'clock, 7:30, more towards 8.
Who was with her there at the condo?
Danny and Rhett.
Do you know whether she had spent the night there, or was she just over there bringing stuff over, if you know?
I can't recall. I think that she spent the night at the house and was maybe there at the picking up Rhett's soccer uniform, or she was trying to get Rhett had a game, and she was very agitated that day, so it was hard to track where she'd actually been.
And this was the condo on Morning Way that she had bought there in La Jolla.
Mm-hmm.
Did you indicated that she was very agitated that morning? Was she? Can you describe what she was agitated about?
She had received a letter the day before from, I assume Dan, but it was an attorney, and they were going to put her back in jail.
Okay, this was her description to you,
Right.
that she was telling you that she had received this letter and that was what they
It
were
was on the
doing.
counter.
Did she show you the letter and ask you to read it?
She wanted me to read it.
Are you okay? You want to need a drink?
No, I'm fine. She wanted me to read it, but I did not.
Was there any reason for that?
I'd read everything, and I knew that she'd probably had a problem with something else again. I just didn't want to read it anymore.
Okay. I think there's some water in that pitcher.
Any clinics or clinics here too?
Took the lid off to pour it? She doesn't know how an urn works.
Other than indicating that she was angry about receiving this letter the day before, did
I don't think she serves herself. I think that this is a woman of high society that's always had someone pour a water for her. And she'd had, because, yeah, not how those, you can pour from them, right? You don't need to unscrew the top.
she say anything? Was she angry about her financial situation? Did she
Yes.
say anything about that?
She'd been to the accountant, I assume the day before, and after she sold the house.
You want to need a drink?
No, I'm fine. She wanted me to read it, but I did not.
Was there any reason for that?
I'd read everything, and I knew that she'd probably had a problem with something else again. I just didn't want to read it anymore.
So I've rewound it because watch how she interacts with the urn.
I think there's some water in that pitcher.
Any clinics or clinics here too?
Go ahead.
Other than indicating that she was angry about receiving this letter the day before, did she say anything? Was she angry about her financial?
Yeah, that was somebody drinking water from a cup and urn that is not familiar with drinking water from a cup and urn.
Situation. Did she
Yes.
say anything about that?
She'd been to the accountant, I assume the day before, and after she sold the house, the other house in La Jolla, paid off her taxes, her back taxes, and it was income tax.
Billie Jean
She'd
is
already have
asking. I will not be ignored, Dan. Sorry, who is this witness? This witness is Helen Picard. She was a former friend of Betty Broderick and kind of detailed Betty's spiral downward. She has testified so far as to how Betty's the most accomplished woman she's ever met, could do anything. She was a great interior decorator, helped build Dan's career, told him what clothes to wear, super successful, super could manage multiple things at once, 50 things at once even. She never said the exact number, but I wouldn't put it past her to do 50 things at once while still keeping track of the 50 prioristic things. She's in another class, something that Sarah only could dream of. That's apparently what Betty was doing. But now the witness is testifying about the later years when Betty got obsessed with Dan and Linda, rightfully, wrongfully, whatever. If she would have moved on, obviously better than where she is now, better for everyone, better for her kids. but she couldn't move on, and that's what this trial's about. And now she's kind of detailing the not so spectacular years of Betty and as their relationship deteriorated. This is still a state witness. Today is the second to last video of state witnesses. But that said, we're splitting this into two parts. So we've got an hour left in today's raw testimony. So probably an hour and a half left in the stream. And then we'll do the same thing tomorrow at 9:30 Pacific time and 12:30 Eastern.
50,000 left, and she was very upset and frustrated and angry about that. And after all this, that's all she would have.
And again, this is what she was describing to you. You didn't have any independent knowledge of whether or not that was true or whether the accountant had actually told her that.
Thank you, LTB.
Did she say anything about the recent, that morning, did she say anything about the recent trips that Dan and Linda had taken?
That morning,
Mhm.
I can't recall. She might have. I just have a problem
Okay.
with remembering.
Was there any time shortly before the murders that she had complained or talked about the trips that Dan and Linda were taking?
Oh,
I put that further back around Halloween. You know,
Halloween would have been that same week, is that
would have
correct?
been that Tuesday before that day.
And what did she say?
She was just real upset that they were taking a lot of trips, and then I guess brought into that Saturday where Kim was in Arizona trying to straighten out her academics at University of Arizona, and she was very frustrated that Dan wasn't going to pay for Kim's tuition, and it was going on and on about all the everything. That particular day talked about an awful lot of stuff, and
Was she?
I think that's a clear distinction between these two as far as the question for sympathy. Sarah, it's all self-inflicted. It's stuff, whether the alcohol smoothed over her brain and got rid of all those wrinkles. Whatever it was, everything is her own undoing. With Betty, you can definitely see a timeline where she chooses a guy that doesn't decide to cheat on her, and they go on, he becomes famous, whatever. She's the happy wife. It's this, they could have been an Americana family of the time in a different timeline. Like, there was no reason Betty had to go crazy, but she did. And I think that's an interesting, Betty didn't choose to do it. She chose a lot of stuff after, but she didn't choose to go insane because of all the things that happened to her to make her go that way. But Sarah chose a lot of her own stuff, which you want to change your vote, you can, but you don't have to. It's just, we're all thinking right now. And it's the state's case, so, we can be a little harder on Betty. We'll wait for the full evidence to come out
You say she
before
was
we make a full opinion.
going on and on that particular day? What was her demeanor when she was discussing all these things?
extremely upset, extremely angry, livid.
Did she say anything about
Charles Grieve very poetically says, Sarah's brain is poached in Chardonnay and served in a vodka sauce. Personally would enjoy that with some fava beans.
Linda?
Yes, she said Linda was the last. I can't remember on that day. I need that testimony. I just can't remember.
Would it help to refresh your recollection?
Yes,
Take
it
a
would.
look at
I
an
appreciate
interview.
it.
If I can have a moment, Your Honor.
Certainly.
And she still hasn't put the cover back on the urn. She's... Anyone see the Curb Your Enthusiasm where Larry David is in Judge Judy's court?
Do you recall Ms. Picard giving an interview to a district attorney investigator back on November 27th of 1989?
He asked her about the water.
I assume that day.
Yes,
A couple of weeks after these events.
Satori has seen it.
And if you take a look at that report,
Oh,
dated November 27th, 1989.
we're going back for the blooper moment.
and referring to page 4 of the last a couple of weeks
New
after
set of heels
these events.
on the prosecutor here.
And if you
You already hit it. She's
take
yeah.
a look at that report,
For the record, who wrote the report?
dated November 27th, 1989, written by investigator Bill Green, and referring to page 4 of the last paragraph. Can you read? I mean, not can you read, you need glasses.
Can you
I
read?
need my glasses. I'll try it.
I can struggle through. Just squint. Reminds me, I was doing my 6-month celebration stream and drinking a bottle of champagne on stream. And near the end of the night, I was like, I can't even see the chat. So I had to like blow it up on the screen really big by the end. And it was like doubling up. And I tried shaking my head to, straighten it out. And it just made it way worse. And I don't know, I just reminded me of that. I don't remember water bottles being a big thing in the 90s. I think that was later 90s, like I think mid 90s. Nestle started doing it and it became like, it wasn't just, because before that I think there was Evian and Perrier. Yeah. So if you were getting water, it was fancy, like, ooh, Evian water. And that's maybe why she was like, ugh, this is from the tap? This is poor people water? That's right, because there was a transition for a little while, because most people at that time were like, I'm not buying water, it's free. I can just go to the tap and pour it. And then the water started getting shittier and shittier in a lot of public works where people were like, we need water. And the bottled water craze began. But personally, I think that's a big waste. Like the whole industry seems like a mistake. My little pitch, if you're ever getting it, like any kind of plastic bottle, always take the lids off, no matter what small amount of water is in there. This is going to sound real hippy dippy. There's only so much water on the earth. Whatever we have is what we have. And, there's the whole water cycle with water vapor and rain and all of that. Doesn't matter. There's a finite amount of water on the planet. And if we keep putting it in bottles and, a sip here, a sip there, and keep storing, those bottles don't break down. We don't have access to that water. It's no longer part of the system. I'll come down off of my soapbox, but just leave your lids off. It'll dry, it'll evaporate, but don't. And the worst thing is the truckers with their pee bottles. They'll fill up a water bottle and then way of the road, bubs, throw it out the window and sits by the side of the road. That's all liquid that, will never be part of the ecosystem again. Unlid your bottles.
Does that help you refresh your recollection about that conversation that day? And do you recall what she said about Linda?
Frustrations over Linda taking all the trips that Brenda was leading her life.
When she said that Linda was leading her life, did she? How did she say that? What would you describe?
She was very angry that Linda was leading her life.
No, exactly. Water, it's a resource that needs to be protected. And if there's places that are, and the data centers are another issue, at least with them, hopefully, if they're using it as steam power or whatever, that can still be part of the environment. But some environmentalist made some pitch about empty your plastic bottles, and I was like, that's the least I could do. And, I'm not a totally generous person, but when there's a least they could do type moment, I'm like, yeah, I'll do the least. Sign me up.
Before you left that day, did she ask you anything in particular about Linda?
Yes, she asked me if Linda was pregnant. And I told her, how would I know? I wouldn't know that.
Did she say anything to you about knowing that Dan and Linda were trying to have a baby?
I think a month before she had said that they were going to have another family.
During that conversation while you were there,
Victoria Carmen, that brings up, it's a state of our times. I'm going to read her comment, but then bring up a couple of things that probably will be food for discussion in the chat. She says, do you know I used to bake cupcakes for my son's class, and now they must be sealed purchased cake? And yeah, I believe that. And part of the reason, how many stories, now we'll bring up a few. I know the one of the bride-to-be that spiked all the food at the wedding with edibles, like marijuana edibles, without telling the guests. And it turned into, like, it was a real criminal case. There was something disgusting about a teacher that baked muffins for her class using her husband's, using moisture from her husband. So there's some just really foul stories out there. And now I'm sure that's enough to get you guys discussing the ones you've heard about. And I can see that being, okay, fine, let's just have packaged Twinkies and, forget about people bringing in outside foods. But it's sad because I remember the bake sales when I was a kid, and that was awesome. Like, I even had a little trick. We'll take a bit of a tangent on bake sales here. I'll go full screen for it because I'm on a rant. Call it a ramble. Okay, so yeah, they would have the bake sales at school. Maybe we'll go back to Sarah's, to the Betty Broderick letter after this too, since we're already taking a mini break. And the first thing, like, all the parents would cook, but I guess the faculty or the Parents Auxiliary Council would look at, all of the baked goods and then categorize them. So they'd use the rolling TV video, AV rolling units, take all the electronics off them, and then roll them into the classroom. The ones on the top shelf were like $1 a cupcake. The ones in the middle shelf were 50 cents a cupcake. And the ones, like, bless their heart, they tried to contribute, but they were awful, were down on the bottom shelf. Like, you can get 2 of those for $1. Or maybe it was 4 for $1, whatever it was. You could tell, like, those were the sad cupcakes. Anyway, I only bought, 1 or whatever, because I learned from previous years there was always a shit ton of them left over at the end. So you could just go to the teacher's lounge and say, hey, are there any cupcakes left over for the bake sale? And I would get like a dozen pretty awesome cupcakes for the same $1 that I could have spent at lunchtime. So that was my little cupcake, call it strategy. Let's just go to the email or to the letters. This is a story from CBS 8. The title is Betty Broderick's Love Letters from Prison Found in San Diego. The content of her ex-boyfriend's storage locker was auctioned off with the letters inside. So this is an Isolde Walters story that was originally published December 18th of 2020. I'm going to skip down a little bit to the key stuff because it's a lot of case details. They're catching people up. Brad didn't like it. For me personally, it's just like reopening a sore wound that I've tried after all this time to sort of fade away, said Wright, who looks very much like James Spader in Pretty in Pink. I don't know why the American public is always so excited about these kind of things. Well, it's because we are who we are. We call it the world, not just the American public, the Canadian, the Australian, the New Zealand, the UK. There's Germans, there's Poles. I think there's even a Dutch person that watches me. We're all into it. Betty, who is incarcerated at the California Institute for Women in Corona, California, gushed over her lover in the correspondence. In one letter from April 2006, so this is 20 years ago, 15 years post-trial, if I had a penny for every time I think of you, I'd be a millionaire many times over. The mother of 4 insisted that Bradley was her perfect man in another message. I was thinking of what I'm looking for in a man. Since you are not available, well, the list was a description of you. You're exactly the guy. Damn it. She also urged Bradley to leave his partner for her and encouraged him to sneak away and visit her in prison. If you want to live in La Playa with me, like you say you do. Going back to Lisa is not how that's going to happen. I can't believe you don't come here. It's been years. Now that she's back to work, maybe you can sneak away. Betty even took it upon herself to dispense relationship advice to Bradley and asked him to seek professional help in her letters from prison. Sorry to hear your life is such a mess. I don't want to come back to a mess. Did you go to counseling? Whatever patterns you have will continue, for better or for worse. You know the definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result? I should know. Betty continually begs Bradley for money in the letters. Today is September 14th and I still don't have the August money. Please send me August and September. This place is stressful enough without stressing over the money every month. Sorry, I'm going to have to read that in a Sarah because my God. Today is September 14th and I still don't have the August money. Please send me August and September. This place is stressful enough without me stressing over the money every month. Bradley continued to financially support Betty by sending checks to her daughter, Kathy Lee Broderick. 3 checks, 2 for $2,000 and 1 for $1,000, were tucked into the stash of letters, as well as a logbook for funds that Brad sent to Betty behind bars. The correspondence showed that Betty feared he was losing her hold on her lover and wrote with desperation that she checked the obituaries when she failed to hear from him. She wrote, and I'm going to have to read this in a Sarah again, this is amazing. I check the obits regularly. So far I've not seen yours. Where are you? And where is my money? Help! I need to see you. It's been too long. No Halloween card. Boo. No B-Day card. No Thanksgiving. No Christmas. No Happy New Year. How about Valentine's Day? Fucking on the money. Wright, the ex-boyfriend, told News 8 that he's currently married and has moved on with his life. He's now age 66. So much time has elapsed right now. So this revelation that there were some letters from Betty to me that surfaced out of nowhere. I mean, so what? He said. So what? Okay, there are some letters here too. I will bookmark this page and we will maybe do some letter readings as a transition between the state case and the defense. Maybe just before the verdict. I don't know. I'm saving that page though. Okay, we'll come back to the trial. That was fun. I don't normally spend that much time on full screen during a trial or during this trial, but hey, this is all new. There's no rules. Can't give me rules.
There on that Saturday morning, did the issue come up of how Thanksgiving was going to be spent?
Bonus.
Yes. She asked me what I was doing for Thanksgiving, and I told her that I didn't have my children, and she turned to Danny and said, well, what are you doing? And he went to the phone and called his dad, and he got off the phone and he said, we're going to be with you, Mom, for Thanksgiving, and part of Christmas Eve and part of Christmas Day and all of the vacation.
So he had called his father, Mr. Broderick, to confirm that?
Yes, that morning. I stood with the calendar and we marked it on the calendar.
And what did she appear to be happy about that?
It didn't seem to affect her. I was excited because that was something that was real important to her.
Did she say anything about whether or not she was going to actually have Thanksgiving with the kids?
No, she really didn't, because she brought up the China thing again.
What was that?
That she didn't have her China. She couldn't have Thanksgiving because she didn't have her China.
I can't have Thanksgiving. I don't have the good China. I'm not serving it to him on fucking Royal Chinette. What do I look like? Trailer Park Trash, TPT, from Winter Park, Florida? No, I'm Betty Broderick.
Was it your impression that she was saying, even though she was going to have the kids, that she couldn't have it because she didn't have the china?
Yes, that was my impression.
By the way, when you would go over to visit Elizabeth Broderick at her house, for example, in Calle de Cielo, was she security conscious? Did she keep the doors locked?
No.
When she wasn't there, would you be able to go into the house?
Yes. I'd leave her a note on the counter that I'd been there.
So the door, she would be gone, no one would be at the house, and the doors would still be unlocked?
Most of the time they were unlocked. Sometimes it was locked.
Now, sometime after November the 5th, when Dan and Linda were killed, did you have a conversation with Elizabeth Broderick from jail? Did she call you from jail?
Yes.
And was that on November 26th, right after Thanksgiving?
Yes.
Can you describe what she said? Do you recall what she said in that conversation?
It was just a very short conversation. She had, she sounded great. She said she'd never been happier. Her roommate was Karen Wilkening, who was doing her hair and her makeup, and she just sounded very good, very exuberant. It was a very short conversation.
Do you
I wish I had something to say during the quiet
Do you
spot.
know what the purpose of the conversation was? I mean, did she?
No, I don't think there was a purpose.
But she indicated to you that she was very happy.
Yeah.
If I could show you with respect to exactly what she said to you, would it help to refer to a report?
Certainly.
Report dated December 13th, 1989.
Judge, give her some water from your decanter. That's what she wants. She doesn't want the fucking jug water.
So it sticks out to you. Does that help refresh your recollection about what she said about never being happier?
Yeah, she's never been happy in her life.
Did she say anything about I couldn't feel better?
Yes, she said, I'm sorry. I really do need my glasses if we keep doing that. Can I read this?
No.
No.
It had to end. There was so much unhappiness.
And I couldn't feel better.
And I've never felt better.
Ring, 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 banana phone.
After that conversation,
I
did
got
you
this
receive another phone
feeling.
call from her from jail?
Yes.
And was that on December 26th
Yes.
of that year, the day after Christmas?
Yes.
Did she say anything? Again, this was a phone call from jail from her, is that correct?
Banana phone.
Did she say anything to you about why she had killed Dan or Linda? Anything specifically about Linda?
Linda was destroying her life, destroying her family, destroying her social life.
That's what she said to you?
That's what she said to me. And I said back to her, so you destroyed her? And she said yes.
And how did she say yes?
She said it very lightheartedly. Did not bother her.
Did she laugh?
Yes.
Did you ask her whether there was anything about whether there was anything that you could have done to have prevented it?
I asked her what could I have done to stop you from what you did. And she said there was nothing you could have done. Nothing.
I was doing it. Had my mind set on it, and I knew what I was
Did
going
you
to
take any
do.
more phone calls from her after that?
No, I didn't.
Was there a reason for that?
Your Honor, objection is relevant.
Because she killed them.
Overruled, you can ask that.
Yes, it was just too painful. It just was more than I could handle.
Have no further questions.
Touchdown.
Picard, you have, I take it you have a lot of friends?
I hope so.
I think that's irrelevant.
Overruled.
That's
Overruled, you can ask that. Yeah, friends.
These times when you were visiting Elizabeth
You have a lot of friends. No.
Broderick, you had a lot of friends, didn't you?
Yes,
You had a very busy life. You had a business of your own.
yes,
You were raising children.
yes.
And the during the time that that you were visiting Elizabeth Broderick, you were also friends with Dan Broderick, weren't you?
I hadn't seen Dan in about 6 years.
You had been dating a judge that was a close friend of his,
Occasionally.
and that was someone who was going to the wedding that day.
Interesting. It has nothing to do with the testimony. But now that we know that the jury is in this area, because it's the only part of the courtroom they're not showing, you notice how they don't even, the witnesses aren't looking at the jury. That must be a new body language learning that attorneys went through after the post cameras in the courtroom phase, where it's like, look at the jury, pay attention to them. Maybe that makes them look better on camera to be, I don't know, but it's interesting. Pay attention to it now, but the lawyers aren't talking to the jury except during the opening. And the witnesses definitely aren't. They're focused on talking to the attorneys. So that coaching must have developed sometime in the 2000s, 2010s.
I assume I wasn't at the wedding.
And I take it that you must have talked to people going to the wedding, didn't you?
Yes,
And there was people were talking about lots of rumors about Elizabeth Broderick, were they not?
yes.
And so you decided that that you would be the one that would go over and sit with Elizabeth Broderick, kind of making sure that she wouldn't do anything.
Yes, it was my decision.
Well, you talked to some other people. You set up the system. Is that correct?
Correct.
Beeping system. So
With one other person.
the during the time, and also you're very good friends with even now people that are very close to Dan Broderick. Are you not?
Like who?
Well, you've gone to the opening of his bar in San Diego. Mr. Broderick was building a bar that you went to the opening, didn't you?
No, I did not.
Do you remember indicating in a conversation with Elizabeth Broderick when you were taped with the district attorney that on the opening night of Reedy O'Neill's, you went to Reedy O'Neill's?
About 5 hours after the opening.
Okay. The times that Kim Broderick has been in town, you've been taking her out to Palm Springs, going places with her, is that correct?
Absolutely.
Kathy Broderick, you have.
Yes.
You've been gone to some ceremonies for Mr. Broderick.
No.
Did you go to at any place where there was at a bar where there was some kind of tribute to Mr. Broderick?
At a bar?
Yes.
Strangers in the
Memorial
night,
things to Dan Broderick.
joining chat rooms. Trials are so great. I like to talk about them. I like to talk with the viewers and the strangers in the night.
And during the When did you first meet?
No mannequins today. They may have had a discussion about the mannequins because that's all we could look at when we were looking at them, and the jury's pointed right over at this side. If they're there, they're lying them down now.
Elizabeth and Dan Broderick.
1977.
Okay.
Spring.
Spring of 1977.
Mhm.
And during that period of time, I'm sure it came to your attention very quickly that Mrs. Broderick was somebody who was very concerned with money, and it was very important to her.
No, I don't think it came right away.
In a short period of time?
As we all kind of grew up together, and
And going on through the 70s and the 80s, into the early 80s, you indicated the relationship that you remember Mr. Broderick having with his children. Is that correct?
correct.
Were you around any of the au pairs, that were living in the home?
There were au pairs. There were several.
Have you talked to the au pairs about Mr. Broderick and what was going on in the family and his attitude?
To the au pair girls?
Yes.
No.
No, I don't talk
Do you
to
know
the au
why
pair
any of
girls.
them would?
Objection, Your Honor, she doesn't talk to them.
Sustained.
Well, have you heard that any of them have a reason?
Objection, Your Honor, it's improper.
She said, in my opinion, Mr. Broderick, I'll ask them, have you heard?
You asked, go ahead.
If you heard, have you heard that some of the au pairs writing home to their family while they were living there would talk about how horrible Mr. Broderick was to the children and to his wife in the early 80s? Had you heard that?
No.
Would that change your mind of someone about Mr. Broderick, of people living in the home? Describe him in that way?
Not coming from the au pair girls, no.
Okay. If you were to hear that the
This sounds like assumes facts not in evidence, but she's been really good about calling that, so maybe the facts were in evidence somewhere. Maybe this is just a stupid line to go down. She's letting them go down it because it's not helping.
have
Probably
you
the latter.
heard that the boys said that their father would scare them?
That's not me. That's the original video. Yeah. And
Had you heard that?
No.
Would that change your mind about how they felt about their father?
No.
Had you heard that when they would, about being on a boating trip and Daniel Broderick ripping the seats out of the boat and throwing into the ocean and scaring the children?
seems scary.
Would that change your mind if you were to hear that to be true?
I don't think so.
If you were to hear that he would kick the dog and the children would be very upset about it?
Okay, kick the dog would
Have you
make
heard
me
that?
mad.
Have I heard that he has kicked the dog?
Yes.
The little dogs that they used to have?
Yes, and the children would be very upset about it.
Well,
Did he
the
kick the
dogs were
dog?
easy to kick. I mean,
The dogs are easy to kick. That's got to be the worst answer. I kick them all the time. Sometimes I'd expressly go over to visit just so I could kick the dog once or twice. They're very kickable dogs. One of them shaped like a football.
I stepped on
No,
dogs once.
ma'am. Not, I mean, going up and
Actually-
kicking the dogs because he was mad at them.
No, do I
Have
believe
you
that?
heard that?
They're
Have you
easy
heard
to
that?
kick.
Have I heard that he has kicked the dog?
Yes.
The little dogs that they used to have?
Yes, and the children would be very upset about it.
Well, the dogs were easy to kick. I mean, I stepped on dogs once.
ma'am. Not, I mean, going up and
Actually-
kicking the dogs because he was mad at them.
No, do I
Have
believe
you
that?
heard that?
Have
Have
I
you
heard
heard
that? I've heard that from Betty. Yeah, Betty would say that over the years.
Well, have you
Did I
heard?
see it? No.
Okay. What would,
Did you think it was interesting when you showed up and the dogs were wearing little casts on their legs? The audio again is the
you hear
original
Kim's
audio.
testimony the other-
Usually they skip back, so if there is a glitch like that, either the original uploader or Court TV fix their footage. So But I'll let you know if I notice it, because you guys are probably noticing it, wondering what's going on.
Other day?
Parts of it.
Did you hear Lee's testimony last time?
No.
Would that change your?
Oh, first episode. Kelia is reminded when she hears "kick the dog." First episode of South Park. Not first episode, because they kind of had the one they did for George Clooney as a Christmas card, but anyway, one of the original fourth episode set. Ike is going to school with Kyle, and Kyle says, "Okay, Ike, now we play kick the baby." "Don't kick the baby. Kick the baby." And then he just punts the baby through the school bus and into the snow on the other side while they go to school. And it was your first sign that South Park was not a cartoon for children. It was a grown-up dark humor cartoon.
About Dan Broderick.
Don't kick the baby.
You were to hear that was true.
Kick the baby.
Did he kick? Are we still on the dog?
Yes,
Kick the dogs?
still on the dogs.
Kick
Would it
the
change my
dogs.
opinion of Dan?
Yes.
No, it would not.
Would it change your?
I don't mind a dog kicker. No, that information, that's pretty weird testimony to give too. Yeah, if you told me he was abusing a dog, that would change my opinion. I guess it doesn't change your opinion because he's dead, and doesn't change. Yeah, now my opinion is poor guy got killed by his wife. Does it make you feel different that he kicked a dog? Still feel same, poor guy killed by his wife. I guess that's consistent. It's weird lines of questioning, but that's why we're watching.
Opinion about Dan, if you were to hear that in fits of temper, or have you heard that he destroyed the lawnmower, destroyed aquariums, he's thrown doors out of window, he's ripped a door off the garage over a can of Coke,
and the Juna and the
that he
Springer.
ripped the garage door off. Would that change your mind? Have you heard that?
He ripped the garage door off?
Have you heard
Cartman
that?
gets an
No, I've
anal
not
probe.
heard any
That
of
was
that.
the name
Would
of the
that
episode.
change your
No.
mind if you were to find out that was true?
I don't think so.
Cartman, I heard that the aliens abducted you and gave you an anal probe. I don't know what you're talking about, guys.
Have you heard? Have you heard that one time when they were at the home that Rhett and Danny were arguing and the boys were thrown against a wall? Have you heard that?
No, I have not heard that.
Would that change your mind if you were to find that was true?
How would you know it was true?
You know what is true? George Clooney played the Stan's little gay dog. Another episode in that first 6-episode set. It kind of started Matt and Trey, whenever they would have a celebrity on, they would basically offer them the shittiest role. And, George Clooney wants to do it. Most shows would be like, oh my God, let's write a big part. And, this could be our big break. George Clooney got to do, rap, 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 rap. That's it.
I'm asking you if you knew it was true, if you were to hear that. You didn't go to the divorce trial, did you?
No.
Okay. You didn't go with the boys when they testified, did you?
No.
Okay. If you heard that was true.
Big Gay Al was a great character from that episode too. Hey guys, how you doing? Super, thanks for asking.
True, would that change your mind?
Probably not.
If you heard that after having drunk driving convictions that he drove with the children in the car when he was under the influence, would that change your mind? Have you heard that?
I have not heard that he drove with the kids. I heard about the drunk driving.
Well, if you were to hear that he would drive with the children when they were drunk, would that change your mind?
When the children were drunk?
When he was?
When he was drunk? That changed my mind, my opinion of Dan Broderick. Might lessen it a tiny bit.
Okay. So that would lessen it a tiny bit.
If it was true.
if you were to hear that he was not paying attention to his family, going out with the boys instead. Have you heard that?
Yes, I've heard that he did that.
Okay. And where did you hear that from?
Betty.
Okay. If you were to hear it from another source, you didn't believe it, I take it, because you heard it from Betty.
Oh, no, I did.
You did believe that.
Yeah, I believe that Betty said that.
But you still felt that Mr. Broderick was an exemplary father, even though you heard that.
Outstanding father.
I felt that he was a good father and did the best he could do.
Pop, poker face, pop,
If
poker face.
You were to hear that the boys, Dan was a very good dresser, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
If you were to hear that there was complaints from the school about the boys going to school with holes in their shoes and inappropriate dress, have you heard that?
Yes, I have.
And that's from Betty?
Yes, that was from
Have
Betty.
you heard it from any other source?
I think when you were asking Kim, or somehow in the trial, first or second trial, I can't remember which.
Would that change your opinion?
No, I have a little boy too.
And he goes to school with holes in his shoes.
He wears a uniform, so I'm covered.
The uniform.
If you were to hear that
He wears a
Rhett
uniform.
went to school every day with a runny nose, and it wasn't taken care of, and they
Objection, Your Honor, that is all assumed facts, not evidence.
Sustained.
the
Thought Kelly was kicking it up a notch in the chat.
when
there.
was
Spicy.
your divorce going on?
87. I think it was final. Yeah, 87.
Okay. There was a period of time where you said you were going through the divorce, though,
Mhm.
and you were not seeing Elizabeth Broderick. When was that?
I would say I didn't see Betty for about 4 years. I'd put it about the 83 to 87 frame.
Okay. And so from 1983 to 1987, virtually you had lost contact with each other.
On a one-to-one basis, yes.
And then sometime, do you remember, was it after 87, 88, or was it?
88, 89 is when I was closer.
You've described Elizabeth Broderick as a alcoholic spender. Is that correct?
You
That was your
refer-
opinion of her?
you referring to that in the last trial?
Well, I'm asking if you've ever referred to her that your opinion of her was that she was an alcoholic spender,
Last trial, yes.
and that's she'd always been that way, as far as you can remember.
Yes, a compulsive alcoholic spender.
And
Oh, Boom Shicky. I got Boom Shicky started by saying a few lyrics of Poker Face. Boom Shicky, you're not going to like it if I start going, I'm sailing away, set a course for the open sea.
and if the only thing that she worshipped in life was money, and she always had, and she always was your opinion, she always would.
Objection, Your Honor, that is the evidence.
Overruled is uncrossed. Is that true or not true?
Would you repeat the question, Mr. Early?
The main thing that she had worshipped in life was money. And that was something that that was always your opinion of her.
Money was her main focus.
And it always had been.
It was important to her. Yes.
Well, you not only said it was important, you indicated she worshipped money, didn't you?
Objection is to time when she's referring to.
Sustained.
Well, I mean, that was your feeling as the last trial, that she was somebody who worshipped money. Isn't that correct?
The last,
Excuse me, it's vague as to time and when she was referring to.
Sustained.
Well, let me give you your time frame, okay, and see. Did you say that, is it your opinion of her that she was close to money, she worshipped money, it was her main goal in life, she loved it, she is a very materialistic person, she always was?
and
Is
that,
that your opinion?
in the 88, 89 years, yes, that is my opinion.
What, you indicated that she always was.
She always enjoyed what money bought, but as the last 2 years, it became more of importance to her than anything else. And I think that's what I said.
I'd like to refer you to page 512.
And this is getting to one of my messages that I think is going to become in every video at least once message, but don't let money ever be your main focus. Like, you can like the things that money gets you. You can like the things, the freedom that money gives you, the ability to call your own shots and make your own decisions. Those are all fine things. But if you ever let the money become more important than those things, you're never going to be satisfied. There's no amount that you're going to go, oh, this is good, I don't need more. If that's your goal, then you're never going to be satisfied. And I think we've established in chat that Betty had more than enough means to be satisfied. We could all live satisfying lives on 16 grand a month now. So just that's my big lesson on this is find the things that make you happy, work for the money that helps you get those, but make sure that they're tangible things. Make sure they're things that will, give you stability when things get taken away from you. And it's like, well, at least I can do my art, or, at least I can do my puzzles, or I can paint, whatever it is. Just don't let it be money, because make bad decisions like Betty. It's where it was more important for her to screw over Dan because she'd lost so much money and all this imagined, but she had so much more she could have done. And, obviously attractive enough to get attractive boyfriends with Porsches and brick cell phones.
Of the transcript. You need your glasses.
Would you mind if I got them?
No, I don't know. That's
Money
all.
can't buy you happiness. Money can't buy you love, or it can buy you happiness. Yeah, hold on, Ann McCall. Here, money can't buy happiness. No. Money can buy you happiness, money can buy you things, money can buy you golden rings, but money can't buy you love. Can't buy you love. And I'm going to start talking again, and I'm sure they will too. But to clarify, yeah, it's I've had many happy times with money, with things that money bought. But it's the things that brought me the happiness, not the money. And the minute you get it inverted, and the money becomes more important than the things you want, and certainly make those things that matter. Like
Read to yourself the question on.
all your desires are shallow, that's not great either. But even shallow desires are better than money, which is in itself the shallowest. Right? Well, and again, money to get things, yes. Money for money's sake, no. I have $1 trillion, I want to have $1.5 trillion. Fucking stupid. Former friend, yes, Kel, yeah. Appearing for the state. So
And was it your answer?
I think the best thing we can say about what this witness is showing is both that she's been honest. Those are some, she's got a prescription. I can't believe she was able to read before. She did a good job being able to read before. Look at what it's doing to her cheeks. Anyway. Yes, I think her job as a witness is to function as someone who's going to be honest and say Betty was a perfectly normal person and then flipped. And even though that helps her, get down from first to second or manslaughter, it still proves the state's case that Betty did this cold, calculated, and with all the motivation of a motivated killer, as opposed to an opportunistic killer like our Sarah.
So that she was very materialist, worship money, and she always had.
What you're saying is not true from here, not where I'm interpreting it.
Thank you, Satori.
What was the defendant's attitude about money? She was real close to money. She worshipped money.
Satori is awakening people to the need to like and subscribe if you haven't already.
She's a very materialistic person. She always was. That part, she always was. Worshipping money was very strong in the last few years.
Welcome to the 80s, Billie Jean. Let's do the time warp again. That's an unfortunate pause. I'm sorry, Kitty. That's just her glasses in her mouth there.
We'll get that.
I called her Kitty. She's not Kitty. Kitty's from 70s show.
Now, you're also a friend of Gail Forbes,
Yes, I met Gail through Betty.
and you also you've come to the trial a number of times last year to watch parts of the trial, even when you weren't testifying, did you not?
I came when Gail testified and when Brian testified, yes, and I sat outside.
And you always indicate, did you go any of the divorce hearings with Elizabeth Broderick?
Not at all.
Did
Then a step to the right.
and you knew that
Put your
and
hands
that
on
she
your
had
hips.
there had been a hearing in
Please,
1986 that dissolved the marriage, I believe you said, sometime in 1989 that there was a decision as to the property?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Betty was always the dominant one, so you must have known that the property in Telluride was you believed it was in her name, not Dan's name?
Objection, Your Honor. Most respected.
Let's start next name.
Do you know where all the property in the household name was in? Did you know?
No, I did not know.
Did you know who all the accounts, as far as all their money was in, whose name that was in?
I really knew nothing about their finances, Mr. Early.
Now, you indicated that you talked to her about people having affairs, divorces. That was a subject that came up. Getting on with her life you were talking about.
Objection, this a compound question.
You remember talking to her about getting on with her life, is that correct?
Certainly.
And you talked to her about, did you talk to her about husbands having affairs on their wives?
No.
That subject never came up?
Whose husbands? Her friends?
Did she ever bring up the fact of Dan having an affair on her?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
That's who you're referring to?
And did you talk about other people getting over affairs? Did that subject come up, or you just didn't talk about that?
I don't recall talking about anybody getting over affairs.
Okay. Did she express any anger about that?
About what?
About the fact that of her family, that there was an affair, and that was one of the things she felt destroyed her. She talked about that.
Let's talk
was
about
very
it, Tam
upset.
Tam Damasti. So yeah, 16K, and we've got the math here now. In 1987 is equivalent to 46.9K today. This is how much Betty received a month in alimony. Do you understand how much I would have ignored Dan and a new wife if he paid me the 46.9 a month? Just move her in. Take the bedroom down the hall. I'll move her to the basement. 49K. Just keep putting in my account each week. That's, yeah, pretty good argument, Tam Tam Damasti. That's the kind of money where you can make that sort of thing work. But that said, so there's the level of entitlement that I think, it's weird how the differences and the similarities intersect, because when it comes to entitlement, both Sarah and Betty, and it's crazy that Sarah would have this level of entitlement for how little she had, but she still really, felt like she deserved shit, right? Like, if it was 25 cents, well, 13 of it should be mine. Just this real, belief that it should be. And Betty's had that same, but she has it like she invested in Dan's career. And to a degree, she's got a good case, right? Like if you invested in Apple computers when it was just Steve Jobs working in his basement, and then you found out that just before the stock got rich that, somehow, your stock isn't worth anything, but you'll get a payment of 10 grand a month from Apple, but Apple's making billions of dollars. You're not happy about that, right? You're like, I was your 50-50 investor. Yeah, but I bought you out for what, I gave you double what you gave me. So, you did pretty good, or triple, or, whatever it is. It's not fucking Apple money, right? So I think as reasonable as the argument is, she always felt like she deserved half, and she probably imagined half as being even more than what was really half, because she, just imagined like she's missing out. And just like Sarah, she could have gotten the judgment. That's one of my hot takes that'll come up when I do it. But I think if Sarah got everything that she asked for, she would still be complaining. She would be like, yeah, but I didn't get my overnight visits, so I should have been compensated for that. Like for the lack of having them, I should be getting paid 20 grand a night for every year I don't get my visitation, because that's priceless to me. I'm an outstanding mother. How can you take that away from me? We'll get back to Kitty.
Over that situation.
But you didn't talk to her about that. You didn't talk to her about she should get that behind her.
Oh, I certainly did.
And so you did talk to her about affairs and
Her personal relationship with her affair that involved her. I didn't talk to her about anybody else's affairs because I don't know anybody else that has affairs. I was only talking about her affair.
she didn't talk to you about other people, their friends who had affairs, and
The cursing
how they
deductions is
gotten,
crazy.
how they gotten or passed them, or how
Can you picture like how much less Brian would owe in alimony if he was able to deduct curse words? Can I swear? No, you can't. Every time you do, I'm taking a little bit off what you're getting as support. I'm just putting it in my pocket.
how their husband had handled it different than Dan?
She might have, yes, I think she did.
And she talked about the Barlottas.
Yes, she did.
Who else did she talk about?
I'm going to object.
I don't know if anybody else talked about. I don't think there was any.
Yeah, if Brian had a dime for every drunk phone call that he had to field, he'd have enough to have paid the alimony in full.
Oh, yeah.
You don't remember any other conversations about that?
Objection, she's answered the question.
Stan?
Yeah, I agree, Victoria. This is a great point Victoria Moreland brings up. I think Betty hated losing life as his wife, but I personally would have been happy with the money. She got the house too on the beach. And yeah, I think that that's part of the entitlement. She felt like she built the life, and you can't leave me now that we're at the cusp of what we've created, and now you want me to be the other woman. You want me to, so all of this imagined barriers to moving on, because she felt like she had to even the scales. And it's back to my message: find the things that make you happy and do them. And if you're doing them and you're happy about it, awesome. You don't need the other person's validation of hating your life, liking your life. You've made your own life and you're happy doing it. That's the best course of action.
Now, you went over there Saturday and you indicated you had a conversation with Elizabeth Broderick. This is November 4th, 1989. Would you say that the conversation was fairly compact because she was in a hurry?
Mm-hmm.
No.
How long did that conversation last?
Well, she had time to make me coffee and try and make a bagel.
Good
I would say I
comment,
was there
Charles.
the longest I've ever been, probably close to an hour or so.
And you mentioned that they were in a hurry because of a soccer game.
They were going to soccer game later. I think she also had to get Brett's haircut.
So at that point in time,
Betty.
did she appear to be in a hurry because she had to go to a soccer game?
No,
Good of you, kitty.
Did she appear to be in a hurry about anything?
no.
So Betty appears to be
And she
wearing.
pointed to the letter that was on at the condo on the counter, is that correct?
Correct.
Be a Diane Fries blazer. This is a shorter day, Kitten Pusher. So even though there is 3 hours and 15 minutes left in the video, I'm splitting this day into two because I'm on my work days. So I'm doing 12-hour overnight shifts. We'll do about 4 hours of this today. So where are we in the stream for that? 3:18. Yeah, that's going to work out perfect. We're probably done in about an hour today. So far, we've listened to Brad Wright. He's kind of worth going back for, just to he's the paramour of Betty, the one who also discovered the bodies with the neighbor investigating after Sarah said, yeah, I shot them, they're dead. So that's kind of interesting testimony. We had some shorter testimony from friends and neighbors. And yeah, I think we're going to watch one more witness who's kind of finishes up at about 2:27. Okay, yeah, so we only got about 25 more minutes left of raw audio. I said that I would do some hot takes on the Sarah Boone judgment, so if people are sticking around, we'll do that at the very end of this video. And there'll probably be something longer coming in a couple of weeks after the marathon's over. We have one more video of State's case after this. So we'll do these two, like I'll do a day 6.5 tomorrow. Then on Wednesday, we'll get into the final day, which will probably be a 6-hour stream, 6 to 7 hours. It'll be fun because I'll be coming off work, but I won't need to go to work. So I can just let myself get as goofy as I get, and you guys can be here to witness that. And then we move into the defense case. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, those are all going to be defense case. Betty's going to testify at some point, and we'll be more than halfway through the marathon at the end of this weekend. So That catches you up, Kitten Pusher. I do also recommend come in live. Don't like if you want to catch up. I'm not. Don't do it. But come in live and catch up when it's not live. It's if you don't know what's going on, you can ask in the chat. We're all friendly. We'll keep you posted. A lot of times, I'm even losing track because I'm having a good time chatting with the chat too. So. Yeah, don't worry about where you are in the trial. Come in when you can come in. There's going to be a stream every day that's worth looking for. And then once it's all wrapped up, you can always watch the archive of videos, and there'll be the ones that you're in that you like, oh, fuck, I don't even remember watching this because we were chatting so much. But there's my name mentioned, so I must have been there that day. It should be a fun archive too. So that's what we're doing here. Let's get back to it before we call it hot take time.
You never actually saw this letter. She just pointed to some letter, but you never looked at it, picked it up, or read it. Is that correct?
No, I never read it.
So you don't know for sure which letter she was referring to.
I was referring to one she got the day before from Dan that threatened to put her into jail.
And that's the way she described it. to
That's
you,
the way
is
she
that-
described it.
Okay.
No.
You never read the letter.
I never read the letter.
Did she have a stack of letters there?
No.
Just
Just that letter. It looked like it was several pieces of paper.
was there furniture in the condo at the time, or was it fairly empty?
Fairly empty. She was, I think she was in the process of moving, or sort of. It was sparse.
Now, you were asked if you had some friends that were friends of Dan or Linda Broderick. You still have some continuing friendships with people who also knew Dan and Linda?
Oh, yes, long before I knew Dan and Linda, I knew these people.
You have still some continuing friendships with people who knew Elizabeth Broderick, is that correct?
Certainly.
I mean, you shared the same social circle long before Elizabeth Broderick killed him, is that correct?
Absolutely. And we still do.
And since Elizabeth Broderick killed Kim and Lee and Danny and Rhett's father, have you attempted to be supportive with those kids?
Yes, I have. Mostly Kim. And Lee, I don't see very much, but mostly Kim.
So you've had some continuing contact with her and
Yes, I have.
An interesting thing to bring up too, because there's some discussion going on in the chat about, some people are having difficulty understanding how there's debate. And that makes sense. There's going to be people who have strong opinions, people that are in the middle, and people that have strong opinions on the other side. The interesting thing in that dynamic is that the kids, from what I understand from people who have informed me through the chat, two of the kids are still kind of supportive of Betty and two of them were not. So if the family can be that split over the parents, especially in light of everything we know about what Betty did, you've got to think that the family has information for some reason to feel, well, I still support mom. So, there's a lot going on here, and I think we'll get to some of it during the defense. I bet there's a lot of it that we'll never know, but considering the split of the family makes it a little easier to process why the chat is divided, even though we tend to be agreed in the way that we view cases. There's some complex dynamics and nuances to this that never existed with Sarah. So, and again, that's what drew me towards the idea of doing a marathon for it.
And you were asked about some circumstances, whether or not you'd ever heard any circumstances of Dan Broderick hitting a lawnmower. Did you ever hear any circumstances of what went on about that or what preceded it?
In those all those years.
Okay, that's
Yes.
it. Thanks for the update, Kitten Pusher. So there's Betty parole hearings, which we can probably get to if this series, if you guys are, no, it can't end yet. We can probably find ways to get a few bonus coverage days in. Perhaps we'll do that as Friday lives when I move back to the 2 lives per Friday. But Kitten Pusher says, I watched Betty's parole hearing. 2 kids want her released and 2 want her to stay incarcerated. So it's a more current thing than the 35-year-old opinion of the children if they're pushing for it. That said, their next chance to testify on those grounds will be in 2032. Betty Broderick will be 84 if she's still with us.
No.
Have you ever known anyone to lose their temper and smash some sort of object?
Paul Clink, did you just tune in? Because if you just tuned in, I don't normally say go back and catch up, but like go back 3 minutes, and I think I just summarized a little bit of why I'm interested in the case. But real quick for you, if you're live right now, there's striking similarities between Sarah and Betty in entitledness and, craziness and recorded material and, so all of that kind of stuff. And then stark differences, because Betty was an accomplished hard worker, has a legitimate claim to feeling scorned. So it's really interesting for me to see Sarah's arguments being argued by someone who has a claim to those arguments. There's also a lot of subtext that's fun, like just looking at 90s fashion, thinking of this as one of the first court TV televised trials, and now with what we know about televised trials and how we've all become experts by watching them, it's really interesting to see how this began. This was before the Menendez brothers. This was before O.J. Simpson. This was before court TV was on most people's cable. But anyway, go back, I guess about 5 minutes now. Watch that on 1.5. That'll give you a good idea while we're covering it. And if you're still in, we'll see you when you catch up to us live.
Mm-hmm.
Did Elizabeth Broderick ever tell you that she killed Dan Broderick because of his temper?
Your Honor, I have an objection to this reading.
She had some conversations with you after killing Dan and Linda Broderick, correct?
Correct.
Did she say anything in any of those conversations about killing him because he had smashed a lawnmower?
No,
Or killing him because he had once pulled Danny and Rhett apart when they were fighting?
no.
Do you know whether or not Danny and Rhett were seeing a psychologist at the time that Mr. Broderick might have pulled them apart when they were fighting?
I have no knowledge of that.
So you don't know whether the psychologist would have been very well aware of that?
I know nothing about it.
The times that you went over to the Broderick house before they separated, often the children were there and Dan was there as well.
Correct.
You indicated that you've gone over there and seen them all sitting on his lap in the living room, correct?
Years ago, watching cartoons.
All of them sitting on his lap? That seems like a lot of kids per lap square inch. Even Santa at best does 2.
Did they ever appear in your presence to be afraid of their father?
Never.
Hey, Detective Wolbefoot is here.
Did
Shout out.
Elizabeth
Hope you had a
Broderick
happy birthday
complain
weekend.
a lot that Dan Broderick was treating them poorly, right?
What time frame are you?
After the separation.
Yes. She wasn't happy the way he was parenting.
Okay. And did she ever explain to you why, if she was so unhappy with the way he was parenting, why she wouldn't take the children?
Your Honor, objection. That calls for conclusion, speculation, assumes facts, not evidence.
Did she ever explain that to you or not?
Interesting. The defense is using assumed facts, not evidence now.
Of why she was not have
Why?
custody of the children?
Why, if she felt Dan Broderick was being so abusive to the children, why she didn't take them? Did she ever explain that to you?
No.
Your Honor, that assumes facts, not evidence. The court knows that there is a court order. Now, I am not. Your Honor, can I approach?
Yeah, I wish for
Sidebar.
sidebar. Come on up.
He rarely grants the sidebar, so that one he was
Just
like, okay.
a couple of brief questions. Did you and your husband invest in some property with Dan and Elizabeth Broderick before they separated?
They invested with us,
They invested
along with
with
10
you.
other couples.
Okay. It was like a limited partnership type thing?
They were the limited, we were the general.
And was Elizabeth Broderick's name on that property?
Yes,
And did she receive her fair share of that after the separation?
absolutely.
I have
Roxanne?
What was the name of that property?
Pioneer Park.
Well, the judge is totally
She even
moved.
thanked me that day.
I have no further questions.
Any further as well?
They must be getting ready for a recess.
Thank you.
such a
Thank you very much, ma'am.
And ma'am, could you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Linda Stout, S-T-O-U-T. Thank you.
Linda Stout.
Good afternoon, Ms. Stout. Can you tell us what your
Linda Stout is doing the Lady Di. We've so I could just reuse all those pictures that we have, but that's very Princess Di, which was the style at the time.
occupation or employment is?
I'm an interior designer.
And were you employed by Mr. Dan Broderick at some point to be an interior designer?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall when that was?
I was employed in December of 1985.
Had he moved into the house at 1041 Cypress at that time?
No, he
Did you continue to work for him once he did move into the Cypress house?
Yes,
And was it your job basically to help him fix up that house?
yes.
How long did you work for Dan Broderick?
From December of 1985
Chair.
to, I believe, October or November of 1988.
And that was a kind of was it a continuing, ongoing process?
Yes, it was.
And during the course of that time, did you become friends with Dan Broderick as well?
Yes,
Did you spend a fair amount of time at the house?
yes.
Were you ever requested by Mr. Broderick as part of your employment to change the locks on his house at Cypress?
Yes,
Why did he ask you to do that?
because security was a problem in the house. There were people coming and going, and in order to slow down the traffic that was going through the house, I would change the locks at periodic times.
And what do you mean by the traffic that was going?
He was trying to keep Elizabeth Broderick out of the house.
And so how many times over that period of time did you have to change the locks?
Through the October, November of 88, 3 times, and then a 4th time in May of 89.
Were you aware at all during that time whether or not Mr. Broderick had hired security guards as well?
Yes, I was aware.
How was it that you were aware of that?
Because I was
Yeah.
stopped at various times by a security guard, because I also have blonde hair and approximate same age as Elizabeth Broderick. They would stop me and ask me to identify myself.
That's funny. He has security that's warned, stop people who look like my wife, but he keeps hiring people that look like younger versions of his wife.
So this was on times other than when security was provided at his wedding.
Yes,
Do you recall the incident in February of 1986 when Elizabeth Broderick drove her car through the front door?
yes,
Were you working for Mr. Broderick at the time?
yes,
And after she damaged the door, did he ask you to take some photographs of the
Yes.
damage? Your Honor, may I have marked as People's Exhibit 53, a poster board containing 6 8x10 photographs.
So Mark,
I'm gonna set it right up here. If you could take a look at these photos that have been enlarged. Do you recognize those photographs?
yes,
Were those the photographs that you took of the damage to the door?
yes.
At the time that this occurred, was there any major construction that was going on at the house?
No,
What if anything was going on? at the house?
only a preliminary planning phase. No changes had been made to the house at that particular time.
Okay, so the house, the front of the house here wasn't under construction in any
No.
way? And the front door was being used by people coming in and out?
Yes,
Did he also ask you to go over to the Coral Reef House at the time and check out the condition of the Coral Reef House?
yes.
Can you describe for us what you discovered when you went to Coral Reef?
When I arrived, I went around to the back of the house because I was told that there was a sliding glass door that was broken there. And there in fact was a sliding glass door broken. I walked through the broken glass window, and there was a very strong smell of some flammable material, I guess gasoline. And as I went further into the house, I discovered on some stairs going to the 2nd floor that there were burned patches and matches thrown various places, and then the remains of a pack of matches on the stairs. And there was a light fixture that was broken also.
May I have marked as People's Exhibit 54, Your Honor, a poster board containing 4 8x10 photographs.
So marked.
Did you take some photographs when you were there at Coral Reef?
Yes.
And showing you what's been marked as People's 54, do you recognize these photographs?
Yes.
Can you identify them for us by going through each one, A, B, C, and D, what they show?
A is the broken sliding glass door that came from the backyard into, I presume, a family room. B is the chandelier that was in the entry that was broken. C are the stairs, the first landing, up to the first landing of the stairs going to the second floor. And the little white things that are showing up are burnt matches, and the blackened area is burned area or melted area. And D is at the bottom of those stairs with the matchbook with all the matches gone out of it, is ready to open.
When was it that you went over there? Was it the same day that this occurred?
The next morning,
The next morning? And the smell of gasoline was still strong the next morning?
it's very strong.
Was it throughout the house?
The smell was throughout the house. I identified that the gasoline seemed to have been poured on the stairs and perhaps even up the second flight. I couldn't tell by that time. The odor was so strong, and it meant that replacing the carpet throughout the stairway area would get rid of most of the odor.
And did you do that for
Yes.
Mr. Broderick, replace and fix the damage? Did you ever find a brick anywhere inside the house?
Yes, there was a brick in a trash can in the kitchen.
So it wasn't lying on the ground, someone had put it in the trash can? And how about a gasoline can? Did you see that anywhere?
There was a gasoline can in the garage.
When you were working over at Mr. Broderick's house, would you sometimes be there during the day when the family wasn't at home?
Yes.
And did you ever have the occasion to accidentally hear a message that was being left by Elizabeth Broderick?
Yes.
Can you describe that?
The message that I have referred to as the one that made me realize that I didn't really want to listen to what was on the tape machine when it was amplified was a call that came while I was in the master bedroom with a contractor reviewing what could be done to make the fireplace operational. And
She was in the master bedroom with the contractor doing what she could to make the fireplace operational. In the bedroom with the master contractor, and then the sparks flew. That's what I heard.
phone did ring, and all of a sudden I heard a female voice.
And then the phone rang, and we were like, oh. We were caught in flagrantly delicto. And then the phone rang, and then we heard some of the most foul language, stuff that we never imagined using ourselves in our little thirst.
Using rather gross language. And
Boris Leachman.
the contractor who was with me, his eyes sort of got big, and all I could think to do was to quickly get over and see if I could turn it off or turn the volume down, because I decided we didn't need to hear the rest of what was going to be going on.
Did you do that? Did you turn the volume
Yes.
down? And do you recall anything specific about the message or?
Yes, there was references to was there and with some things like that.
Are they editing out the swear words? When did that happen? Boo! All the other witnesses have had to go through the humiliation ritual of saying the C word. Looks like she just went through it. She's not feeling... She's got a look on her face of... She looks... This is how Sarah wanted to look after trying to... Can I curse? She was just so elated to curse, though. Like, she couldn't... This lady doesn't look like happy. Whatever she had to say that was bleeped out came out of her mouth.
Do you recall about what time and it was that you heard this message being left?
It was in the late morning, probably between 10 and 11 o'clock.
So, and I take it the children weren't there, the children out at school.
No one was there.
Thank you, I have no further questions.
Cross that.
When was it that this happened? The phone call?
I cannot tell you at this time. I would have to go back to notes, job notes, and
Do you remember what, summer, winter, fall? Just if you can just give me an estimate, that's all I'm asking for. I realize you can't give me the exact day.
just based on the progress of projects at the house, I would guess it was probably spring of '87, but I could be very wrong. But just knowing what I was doing, it could have been fall of '86 because once the front of the house was damaged, that was the focus of all work until it was completed.
And the front that you're talking about damaged is the doorway, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you went to the house on Coral Reef, were there any police officers there?
No.
Any police gate?
No.
Okay, so no signs of any police officers have been there?
No.
Did you know when you went there that there was a gas can there?
No.
Did you talk to Mr. Broderick?
No.
How did you know to go to Coral Reef?
I was asked by his secretary. I was called initially and left a message with my answering service that there had been some damage at Cypress Avenue. And then when I called the office and got further information, there was information that Dan wanted me to go to Coral Reef and take a look at that and see what I could do about it.
So, but the information you got is that someone had already been to Coral Reef and knew there had been damage there.
Evidently. I don't know that for sure.
Well, the message you got was the message, go over and check and see if there's anything wrong, or go look to see what's happening and see what can be done about it.
I presume that someone knew what was there, but I was also asked to take notes and take some pictures. So I don't know who had been there or what information had been already gained.
Now, and you indicated that there was times that there were security guards hired that you were aware of, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that was, by having a security guard there, was quite obvious that there was somebody guarding the residence.
Yes.
Okay. There was also an alarm system in the house, is that correct? There was one that was in the house, isn't that right?
At what time?
In Cypress, in the time that Mr. Broderick moved in.
When he moved in, yes.
And Mr. Broderick, you talked to him about hooking up the security system, didn't you?
It was operational and was used before the front door was damaged.
Okay. And after the front door was damaged, was it ever used again?
No.
You had asked Mr. Broderick whether he wanted that turned on again, didn't you?
It would require a great deal of work to make it operational during the time that the front door was being repaired, and he chose not to do it at that time.
Okay, but after, well, an alarm system, all it really has is a wire going to the door to show whether it's open or not, isn't that correct?
This was a very old alarm system that had been installed many years before, and the information I had gained from some people looking at it said that it was going to take a great deal of work to put it back together again.
From just and just from the door itself, from the
There
damage we see.
There were bells, there were horns, there were all sorts of different wire combinations that were tied into the front door.
So when they say an alarm system, we automatically think, so you had ring cams and this is alarm force, exit the building now. But that's not what an alarm system was in the 90s. And if they had an old alarm system, those were it's almost like old time radio, right? It was basically, as doors would open, there'd be triggers that would turn on literal horns, like a car horn that was wired to electricity in your house. And it was more about making noise than it was about alerting anyone that something happened. And you would scare off a lot of burglars with loud noises. But it's not like, calls going into Commissioner Gordon and he's going to send Batman out to your place. Especially if it was an old system, like if they had like a early 80s alarm system, which, to us, like, think if you had an alarm system installed in 2015, you'd expect it to work now. But then the differences in technology from the 80s to the 90s was even huge. And the 90s stuff wasn't that good to what we have now.
And so it was Mr. Broderick said he didn't want to, insurance covered this, did it not? Went to an insurance claim, didn't it?
I presume it did. I took pictures so that the insurance company would know what I had seen. And since I was there the next day before, I particularly with the front door, I needed to close it up and board it up. And the insurance agent couldn't get there before I could get that done.
You don't know whether insurance company said, no, we won't pay for the damage?
I have no idea.
For your right?
None, Your Honor.
Witness be excused.
Yes.
Shirley, any question?
Gordon Broderick, Brode.
I think this will be the last witness that we watch today. Let me just get her name first.
Rick.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, we can't leave before this. Or, oh my God, that is what I want to do, isn't it? This is the daughter. This is tomorrow's testimony. She's up here for the rest of this footage. This is Lee Broderick, Betty and Dan's second daughter. So we've reached near the end of today's stream. Tomorrow's stream will be same time, same channel, same bat time, same bat channel. There. We were going to start, and finish with Lee Broderick's testimony. That'll be an all-dayer tomorrow at 12:30 Eastern Ocala time. Then we're going to do a 5-hour day. Let me just go full screen on you so we can say hello to each other and really interact. I was going to do a little bit of commentary. All of these things, I'll turn them off as long as you guys do it, if you promise. If you've done it already, I thank you. So turn that off, we'll turn that off, and turn that off. That. You guys know how to like and comment if you want to like and comment. Guys wanted discussion on the Sarah judgment. Okay, so these are again just hot takes. I haven't organized anything, and my initial impression was to leave the space, let other people dissect it. I was lucky enough to be able to break it, and I was quite happy with that as what my contribution to this story would be. But there are some things that are worth saying. One of them that's super interesting to me is when Judge Jackson made her ruling, I was a fan. I didn't have any videos. My first video came out the day after watching Daniel Chavon's, and I think both her and Suma did 10-10-7-7 shows on 10-10-2025. And I was watching their streams all day, really into it. Even then, where's the judgment, Judge Jackson? What's going on? And the next day I decided, there was something I said in chat. I was like, somebody should make this video, like make a video out of my own worst enemy from Lit to, Sarah Boone. And everyone, yeah, that would be funny. And then it just kind of scrolled by in the chat and people talked about other things. And I'm like, fuck, no, I want to do that. And the next day or the day after, I did that and one Learn Latin with Sarah, which was non-compos mentis, or it was compos mentis. She's non-compos mentis, but you don't need to teach people non. You can add that onto anything. So those are my first 2 videos. It was just over 6 months ago now. And it's crazy that I'm the one who broke the judgment. Like if you were able to bet on, Polymarket or those weird odd betting sites that have bets on everything, like who's the YouTube creator that's going to break Judge Jackson's judgment news and you bet on it in October? Dan D with 5 subscribers and 2 videos probably wouldn't have been your bet. And even the way it happened was quite surprising. Like I was saying earlier in the stream, I was doing the Betty Broderick marathon. I was tired. It was a long stream. I'd stayed up until about midnight, and I knew that I'd be sleeping in until at least noon Pacific time the next day. And I knew the judgment it was processing. So I figured the East Coast people, they'd get up at 6 in the morning and just like the old Napster days, like downloading. Well, fuck it. I can't sit here forever. You go to bed, you come back, it's downloaded. So I was sure the East Coast was going to report on the story. So I'm sleeping comfortably in my bed. And when I did finally get up, I think it was around 11:30, a little earlier than I expected, but still late. It would have been 2:30 East Coast time. There's a message in my community tab. It's posted. It's on the docket. There was a message on Reddit or at least a couple messages on Reddit. That's where I eventually got the link. There was a Dropbox that was posted on Reddit. And I'm still like kind of scratching my head. I'm just wearing underwear, rolled out of bed. And I'm like, well, somebody's got to be talking about this, right? And so I haven't read the judgment aside from seeing, yeah, that's a legitimate judgment, 17 pages. Okay, it's real. So I start looking at all the creators we watch, and there's no little red dot beside them or no little blue dot showing that they'd uploaded something since I'd gone to sleep. Hey, is nobody? Oh, fuck. Go running upstairs. I've got my coffee. I'm typing. I'm putting out a thumbnail. I'm like, oh, okay. Somebody's going to go live while I'm doing this. Oh, shit. How do I send it to here, airdrop that? And okay, take a breath. You can't just go live and, so I'm like, okay, settle. Had one last look to see that nobody else was already live. And I was content. If somebody else went just before I went, oh, well, I'm doing my own show 2 hours later. I really didn't expect to wake up out of bed and do it. And nobody was live. So I'm like, okay, fine. Push the button. And, with a very provocative title, right? Obviously, anyone who's interested in refreshing their Sarah Boone searches, my thumbnail pops up and I think it's really clear, final judgment, live read. So I was like, well, I can't even stall. I can't hey friends, blah, blah, blah. Like people who tune in are going to want to hear it from the beginning. So I just got into it, read through it. It was interesting to be really learning it as I was reading it. There was a couple of points that I wish that I'd redacted the screen before I read it, but I did at least do a live redaction and didn't say details that I didn't want to say. But initially, one of the first things was like, oh, $20,000 on the Sarah side of the ledger. And I was glad I didn't overreact to that, because that could have been, a stop still moment of, what the fuck? Why did they give 20 grand? And then I go off on a ramble and I lose all the people that are just expecting, give me the facts, man. So, okay, we'll put a little 20 grand for Sarah. Read. And as I got through it, I could see, the one thing I loved, the killerer being changed to killer, and then murderer being changed to murder. She's a killer and a murder. It's, I think, a really sassy way to make fun of Sarah without, oh no, that was just a typo. What, you wanted us to say killerer? No, not killerer, but you should have said killer and murderer. Okay, you can correct my grammar, but So that was a part I loved about it. As I was reading it, I could see there was a real desire from Judge Jackson to give Brian what he wanted originally, was that I admit that legally I owe some stuff, like, the way the law works, I'm responsible for some stuff, probably because I didn't, put an emotion on March 2020, like, hey, downward departure from this 1,000, but he didn't. But he said, I just want it to be even. I'm not asking, that if you deny part of it, that she owes me money. Like, that's ridiculous. It's like getting not blood from a stone, like trying to squeeze wine out of that stone. There's nothing, right? There's no drops to give. So it seems she did an intentional thing with that $4,000 that was available in child support, that he'd overpaid. Basically, okay, that's going to be what I can set aside. I'll figure out a way. Yeah, okay, it works out to $145 a month. Perfect. That's $8. That is it $8? Brian's still up $8 at the end of that, which I guess is a tiny bit more because he wanted it to be a wash. If he got the $4,000 back that he was out of pocket, and he gets to pay this on installments, he could put that $4,000 into, an RRSP and, a mutual funds, and who knows, get 10% year over year. Sarah's not getting that on her money. She's probably being charged for having money. So I'm pretty happy with the judgment. I'm, was initially a little worried at the 20,000, like, whoa, this is like my April Fool's joke come true. This is not good. But I think at the end of it all, the judge was smart in the way she took her shots. There were definite shots taken, shots fired across the bow, but she didn't do anything that was egregious, didn't do anything that was over and above what you would expect in a judgment. She was, kept to, she was responsible and rewarded the responsible parent, the one who came to court with responsible concerns. Oh, do you want to be on stream? It is the end of the stream. Where are you going then? Come here. Well, I'm not going to force you. You don't want to be on. What were you coming here for? Lola's thinking about being on the stream. I think she's trying to charge me money for it. She knows that she's a draw. She's like, no, we're not going on unless you... Oh, you're coming? What do you want to say? You want to come on the stream? No. Oh, coming here. Okay, there we go. Coming for the pickup. Ah. There's Lola. Lola, what do you have to say about the Sarah Boone judgment? Yeah, Lola says, don't worry about that kind of stuff. Just sit back, find a friend who'll scratch under your neck. You guys stress about this girl too much. She's in prison. That's what you're saying? Yeah, I'd love to have your perspective, but I'm obsessed, so I can't stop. I appreciate you sticking around in the background, keeping the cat away, even though the cat's my friend. You're doing a job. You like what you're doing. Look at that, making eye contact. Yeah, that's how you get your lens. There you go. Good girl. All right. Lola, we're going to call it close to the end of the stream. I think I made my point. I am still going to wait on doing an official long-form video about the... Yes, you are a good girl. The chat says you're a good girl, Lola. I'm going to wait on doing an official long-form video breaking it down. I think I may piggyback a little bit on some of our favorite creators and take 30-second snippets and do, 12 creators in 10 minutes or, some sort of a fun video where it's the kind of Macaulay Culkin moments that each creator has as they're going through it. That could be fun. So I want to do something more end-term with it. I want to give it space to just kind of be on its own and let each of the creators that didn't get the opportunity to scooped, a chance to, do their thing with it. And yeah, then I'll have more to say. But I think it's a really cool thing for my channel that I went from not being a channel at the time the case was closed and, you know, regular participant in the chats, you know, very invested. But here I am with, you know, still 20 of you in the chat at the end of a 4-hour live stream. I didn't expect this. I definitely didn't expect it. Okay, so that's all I have to say about that. Is there anything else? We'll do some housekeeping in the chat. The new YouTuber. Me. Several mentioned I read it, Luther Rose says. Oh, that's... it was one of the first people to comment let me know that I wasn't the first one to cover it. And I didn't mean to say that I was the first, but I definitely scooped a few people that are amongst my circle of creators. But then I invited that person, like, post the links of those people. Like, you know, my fans are interested in everyone's takes. So, and then those links were never posted. So maybe they, you know, got to my material late and then looked at the timestamp and went, oh, fuck, this came out 30 minutes after, Dan. I'm not sure, but whatever it is, it's the pinned comment. So if you want to rewatch the read of that, you can go to the pinned comment and you can like that comment, or you can like the one afterwards where I say what I say, or whatever you want to do. I'm going to throw up these stickers again because it's pretty... Grow up. You make me want to grow up. You make me want to throw... No. That Stand By Me is where that line is from. I don't know where I'm going with it. That's probably why it's the end of the stream. You guys are the finest. I'm Dan D. Together you're fine. I'm Dan D. We're fine and dandy, and this has been a fine and dandy Betty Broderick stream. Tomorrow we start with Lee Broderick, same time, same channel. Thank you for being here. Should be about 4 hours tomorrow as well, and then we'll start getting into the defense case.